We are on the record for hearings in the matters listed in the North Dakota Industrial Commission hearing docket for March 23rd, 2023. I am Stephen Nelson, hearing examiner for these hearings. We are at the hearing room of the Department of Mineral Resources, Oil and Gas Division, and it is 9 o'clock a.m. On the docket, the following matters will be continued or dismissed. Case number 29808 will be continued to April. Case number 29928 will be dismissed. Case number 29931 will be dismissed. Case number 29932 will be dismissed. On page 8, case number 29943 will be continued to April. Case 29944 will be continued to April. Case 29945 will be continued to April. And case 29946 will be continued to April. On the supplemental docket, case number 29949 will be continued to April. Cases number 29923 and 29924 will be heard out of order shown in the docket. These cases will be heard immediately after case number 29808. The administrative docket starts on page 5 with case number 29933 and goes through case number 29867. These cases will be heard in the next room with Michael Zisch. Audio recordings of the cases on the administrative docket will be placed on the oil and gas website by the end of the week. If you wish to appear in one of the matters on the administrative docket, please appear in the next room. If there is opposition to the matter, it will be brought back into this hearing room to be heard, and your statements and evidence will be taken. We will begin with case number 29808. In the matter of a hearing called on a motion of the Commission to consider the termination, reduction, or any other appropriate action of the Tracy Mountain Tyler Unit, Billings County, ND, operated by Northwestern Production, LLC, to consider the temporarily abandoned status extension requests for various specified wells within the TMTU, review the compliance status of various specified wells, review the reclamation status of various specified wells, and to review the TMTU bond amount required for the operation of said unit pursuant to NDAC Section 43020315, such other relief as is appropriate. This case is continued to April. Moving on, case number 29923. This is an application of Liberty Resources Management Co., LLC, for an order amending the field rules for the Viking and or North Tioga Bakken Pool, so to create and establish two overlapping 3840 acre space units comprised of sections 25, 26, 35, and 36, Township 160 North, Range 94 West, and sections 1 and 2, Township 159 North, Range 94 West, and sections 11, 12, 13, 14, 23, and 24, Township 159 North, Range 94 West, Burke County, ND, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between the existing spacing units of each proposed overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit and or such other and further relief as appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in case 29223 on behalf of Liberty Resources Management Company, LLC. First of all, Mr. Examiner, thank you for accommodating Liberty with our request to move these cases up to the top of the docket. And I apologize, I asked you this morning whether that request had been granted. I hadn't seen this email, so thank you for that as well. In this case, we intend to call 3 witnesses. Mr. Dwayne Fadness will be offering some land testimony. Mr. Jeremy McChesney will be offering some geologic testimony. And Ms. Stacy Strickland will be offering some engineering testimony. All 3 witnesses will be appearing by telephone, and I have distributed to the Commission staff exhibits that we intend to utilize in our presentation.
Perfect. So, Mr. Fadness, are you on the phone? Can you hear me?
I am.
All right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Correct, I do.
So first of all, thank you all for being in the same place. We were having a little technical difficulty with the call-in number. So, Dwayne, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Dwayne D. Fadness, Vice President of Land for Liberty Resources here in Denver.
And Dwayne, in that capacity as the VP of Land, have you testified before the Commission previously?
I have.
And have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
I have.
Mr. Examiner, we offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Thank you. Dwayne, let's skip the cover page to case 29923. Let's go to Exhibit L1. what I would like you to do is identify Exhibit L1, and then please briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Exhibit L1 is a regional map depicting the area of interest of the two 3840 spacing units, which we will discuss in this case this morning.
Okay, and then let's go to Exhibit L2.
L2 is a zoomed-in location map with proposed spacing in Burke County, and you'll see outlined in green there a six-section proposed 3840 spacing unit, and then outlined in purple is another proposed 3840 acre spacing unit.
And both of these proposed 3840s that you have depicted on Exhibit L2, the green box, which, as you indicated, is comprised of 6 sections, and the blue or purple box, which is comprised of 6 sections, each of those 3840s is comprised of 2 already existing 1920s. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, let's go to L3A, and can you please tell us what that is?
Sure. This is work in interest model for Liberty's two 1920s, which are in existence here at this point. On the eastern side, in Section 25 and 36, in Section 1, Liberty operates a Three Forks well called the Robert Well, and our working interest in that lateral is 100%. And on the western side of this green outline, you'll see a permitted well in Section 26 and 35 and Section 2. Liberty's working interest in that westerly 1920 is 36.18%. The remaining interest is owned by other parties. Looking to on the northwest corner there, if we were to combine the two 1920s into a 3840 spacing unit for a section line well, Liberty's working interest would be 68.09%, and other parties would own 31.91%.
And Dwayne, if you don't know the answer to this, you can certainly defer it to the engineering witness, but is it Liberty's plans to drill the well on the 1920 and 2635 and 2 before or in conjunction with the section line well on a 3840?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's go on then to L3B. Can you tell us what that exhibit is?
Sure. Purple outline there is for a proposed 3840, and on the eastern 1920 acre spacing unit, Liberty operates a Middle Bakken well called the Patricia Well, and Liberty's working interest in that lateral is 90.8% working interest. On the west side of that proposed 3840 in sections 11, 14, and 23, we do not have a well permitted. I'll defer to the engineering testimony here, but we have plans to permit a well in here, and as such, Liberty's working interest would be 54.15% working interest, and the remaining interest is owned by other parties. Looking at the northwest corner then of the exhibit, combining the two 1920s into a 3840, Liberty would own 72.48% working interest, and other parties would own 27.52% working interest.
And again, as in the previous 3840 that you just discussed, which is depicted on L38A, would you drill a well on a 1920 and 11, 14, and 23, either before or in conjunction with a well that you're proposing on the 3840 on or near the section line?
Correct.
Mr. Examiner, no further questions for the land witness.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Mr. McChesney, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Jeremy, by whom are you employed?
Liberty Resources as the geoscience manager.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
And you've had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
They have.
Would offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Jeremy, let's go to Exhibit G1. What I'd like you to do is identify G1 and then briefly discuss the importance of G1 with respect to this application.
Certainly. Exhibit G1 is a geologic structure map on the top of the Upper Bakken Shale with a 50-foot contour interval. Formation is continuous and dipping to the south-southwest in the proposed 3840 spacing units, which are depicted in green and purple on the map. Liberty Resources' existing operated spacing units are in pink, with Middle Bakken horizontals colored in green and Three Forks horizontals colored in red. Denoted with the blue circle is the type log for this area. It's a Liberty-operated pilot hole in the northwest quarter of Section 7 of 15993 and is the subject of Exhibit G2.
Okay, let's go to G2, and as you did with the previous exhibit, identify it first, and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it and why it's important.
Exhibit G2 is the Doubts 4-7H pilot hole operated by Liberty Resources. It was originally drilled by SM Energy in 2008. The log captures the base of the lodge pole through the Bakken and upper Three Forks. The target zones are called out for the Middle Bakken and the first bench of the Three Forks, where Liberty would plan to land the horizontals.
No further questions of this witness.
Are there any questions from commission staff?
Jeremy, is your target going to be the Middle Bakken or the Three Forks, or are you going to end up with one of each?
That's yet to be determined, but we would likely end up with one of each in this area.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none? Ms. Strickland, can you hear me?
I can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Stacy, by whom are you employed?
Liberty Resources is the data analytics manager.
And in that capacity, well, let me back up. You're an engineer by education and training, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you've testified before the commission previously and had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Correct.
You offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Okay, Stacy, let's turn to the next exhibit in the packet. It's been previously marked as Exhibit E1. Identify E1, please, and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Exhibit E1 is a pipe well diagram that shows our typical wellbore schematic for a 3-mile lateral. You'll see that there are 3 strings of casing. The surface casing will be set around 2250 feet. Intermediate, set at about 10,100 feet. And then the liner, which is 4.5-inch casing at about 25.6. All 3 strings will be cemented. And then our completion technique will be using plug and perf.
And how many frac stages are you considering for this proposed well?
Between 27 and 35.
All right, let's,
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Let me back up.
yeah,
Let me correct that. For the record, that was for a 1280, so it'd be about 40 stages for a 1920.
okay. Thank you for that, Stacy. Let's go to Exhibit 2A.
Exhibit 2A shows the northernmost 3840 as part of this hearing. You have the Liberty-operated Three Forks well on the easternmost 1920, the Robert II TFHX, and then the permitted Blomquist Middle Bakken well on the westernmost 1920. In purple, dashed line, that shows the proposed section line that is part of this hearing. It would be drilled in the section line corridor more closely to the center of the 3840 section spacing unit.
And Stacy, you probably heard Mr. Fadness testify that a well will be drilled in 2635 and 2, either before or in conjunction with your proposed section line well. Can you add a little bit more to that? Are there plans to batch drill, or how will that development take place?
Right now, currently on the schedule, we do plan to drill the Blomquist well, which is in the westernmost 1920 as our leasehold well. We would be drilling that first along with other leasehold wells, and then we would be coming back about 6 months later to fully batch drill both of these 1920s to complete out the 3840.
Okay, let's go to Exhibit E2B. And as you did with the previous exhibit, identify it first and then briefly highlight what's contained upon it.
Exhibit E2B is the southernmost 3840, outlined in purple. On the easternmost 1920, it's Liberty's operated Bakken well, the Patricia 2 MBHX. We are currently working to submit the permit for the westernmost 1920 in sections 11, 14, and 23. Again, the purple dashed line shows the proposed section line well that would be drilled in the section line corridor. The drilling plans are identical as with the prior exhibit, that we would drill the leasehold well first, and then we would come back and fully batch drill all the infill wells in both of these 1920 DSUs.
Okay, let's go to E3.
Exhibit E3 is a reservoir and economic summary. At the top are basic reservoir parameters for both the Middle Bakken and Three Forks First Bench. The formation thickness is from 70 feet in the Middle Bakken to 35 feet in the Three Forks Bench, which would be the target. Porosity is 7.5% to 9.5%, and water saturation is 40% in both formations. For the production profile, we estimate the initial oil rate would be 775 barrels of oil per day, and the gas rate also 775 MCF. Decline rate 65 to 56%. B factor for the ARPS equation of 0.9. Water cut estimated at 71%. And the GOR has a range of 1,000 to 2,300 in that it starts out at 1,000 and we hold it flat until the reservoir pressure is estimated to be below bubble point. And then we have a ramp up to 2,300, and then we hold the 2,300 flat for the remainder of the life of the well. This results in an EUR of 511 MBO of oil and 940 MCF of gas. For the economic section, if we use the parameters shown below, with an oil price of $70 flat and gas price of $5 per MCF, drilling cost of $9.4 million for a 1920. We do add in a midstream cost because once we drill the section line well, that would be infill drilling, and we need to bring all of our midstream infrastructure into this area. So we have burdened this well with the midstream cost to connect that up. Fixed OPEX of $6,000 per month, variable OPEX of $8 per barrel of oil. Our gross working interest is about 70.3% in this 3840. The 8/8 NRI is 81.3%. Given all those parameters, the IRR is estimated at 70% with a payout of 13 months, which is quite healthy for this area.
And Stacy, Exhibit E4, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
That is correct.
And Stacy, in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it will.
Mr. Examiner, I don't have any further questions. We would offer each one of the exhibits that were presented by the three witnesses.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Stacy, will the infill wells and the lease line wells, will they be drilled from between sections 2 and 11 or 1 and 12?
They typically, for this type of development, we would have 3 pads, and they haven't been spotted yet on the north side or south side. But we would drill all 12 or 13 wells from 3 different pad locations.
So the
But that has not been finalized.
But the pads will be between the two, somewhere along the common boundary between the two spacing units?
Correct.
And do you know what the target of the lease line wells are?
In terms of formation, Middle Bakken or Three Forks,
Correct.
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
Stacy, this is Bruce Hicks. The first 1920s that you plan to drill, will they be batch drilled? The two in the, one in 11, 14, 23, and the other one in 26, 35, and 2?
There will be a single well drilled to hold that lease, and then we'll move the rig to drill the other leasehold well.
Okay, so even though that they're adjacent to one another, you haven't committed that they would be batch drilled from the same pad?
Actually, I apologize. Because they are stacked north and south, they would be drilled from the same pad.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none, anything further in this matter?
Nothing further.
And that will conclude the hearing in case number 29923. Moving on, case number 29924, application of Liberty Resources Management Co. LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Grove Bakken Pool so to create and establish two overlapping 3840 acre space units comprised of sections 2, 3, 10, 11, 14, and 15, and sections 22, 23, 26, 27, 34, and 35, Township 159 North, Range 93 West, Burke County, ND, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between each existing 1920 spacing unit of each proposed overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit and or such other and further relief as appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in this case 29924 on behalf of Liberty Resources Management Company, LLC. We'll be calling the same three witnesses in this case as we called in case 29923.
All right, Mr. Fadness, I'm going to swear you in one more time. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Dwayne, let's turn to Exhibit L1 in the packet of exhibits for 29924. As you did in the previous case, identify the exhibit and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Sure. Exhibit L1 is a regional map depicting the area of interest, and the outline there you'll see in Burke County, which is the subject of the discussion for this case this morning.
Exhibit L2.
Exhibit L2 is a zoomed-in map in Burke County again, and it depicts two 3840 proposed spacing units. One is outlined in green, and the other one is outlined in, the southern one is outlined in blue.
And in each of these cases where you're proposing the 3840s, in each, like the 3840 in green, there are two 1,920 acre spacing units in existence now. Is that correct?
Yes, and the same thing in the southerly unit in the proposed 3840 that's outlined in blue.
Thank you. L3A.
L3A depicts Liberty's working interest in the green outline on the easterly portion of that green outline in sections 2, 11, and 14. Liberty operates a Middle Bakken well called the Garnes well, and Liberty's working interest in that lateral and that 1,920 acre spacing unit is 61.99%, and the remaining interest is owned by other working interest owners or other owners at 38.01%. On the westerly portion of that green outline, in sections 3, 10, and 15, Liberty has permitted the Oris well, and our working interest in that lateral, proposed lateral, and 1920 acre spacing unit is 43.0%, and other working interest owners and other owners own the remaining 57%. When we combine the two 1920s into a 3840 acre spacing unit for a section line well, Liberty's working interest will be 52.49%, and the remaining interest is owned by others at 47.51%.
And in terms of a plan of development, Dwayne, 3, 10, and 15 would be developed before the section line well or in conjunction with the section line well. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement, correct.
Let's go to Exhibit L3B.
Okay, this is the southerly 3840, and on the eastern portion of it in section 23, 26, and 35, Liberty operates Middle Bakken well. We call it the Glico well, and our working interest in the Glico well is 86.01%, and the remaining interest is owned by others at 13.99%. Moving over to the western portion of this blue outline, Liberty has permitted a well called the Dolores well, and that'll be drilled as a 1920, and our working interest, Liberty's working interest in that section 22, 27, and 34 is 57.65%, and the remaining interest is owned by others at 42.35%. When the two 1920s are combined for a 3840 section line spacing unit, Liberty's working interest will be 71.83%, and the remaining interest is owned by other parties at 28.17%.
And then once again, 22, 27, and 34 would be developed with a well before or in conjunction with the section line well on the 3840, correct?
That is correct.
All the questions I have for the land witness.
All right, any questions from commission staff? Seeing none? Mr. McChesney, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Jeremy, let's go to Exhibit G1. Tell us what that exhibit is and briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Exhibit G1 is a geologic structure map on the top of the Upper Bakken Shale with a 50-foot contour interval. Formation is continuous and dipping to the south-southwest in the proposed 3840 spacing units, which are depicted in green and blue on the map. Liberty Resources' existing operated spacing units are in pink, while Middle Bakken wells are colored in green and Three Forks horizontals are colored in red. Denoted with the blue circle is the type log for this area. It's the Oasis-operated pilot hole in the northwest quarter of Section 14 of 159.93, and that is the subject of Exhibit G2.
Let's go to G2, and I'll have you discuss that exhibit, please.
Certainly, Exhibit G2 is the Thorlickson 11-14H pilot hole operated and drilled by Oasis Petroleum in 2008. The log captures the base of the lodge pole through the Bakken and Upper Three Forks. Denoted are the target zones in green for both the Middle Bakken Formation and the first bench of the Three Forks.
No further questions.
Are there any questions from commission staff?
Jeremy, in this case, has Liberty identified whether they'll be targeting the Middle Bakken or the Three Forks with their section line wells?
Not with respect to the section line well, but we would consider both formations. Currently, we do have in sections 22, 27, and 34, a permitted well in there is the Dolores, that is the Three Forks well, a permitted Three Forks well, so we do think the Three Forks is goodest in this area.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none? Ms. Strickland, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Stacy, E1.
E1 is our Middle Bakken Three Forks type well diagram. There's 3 strings of casing run, the surface casing to 2250, intermediate casing to 10-1, and the liner lateral to 25-6. All 3 strings are cemented. Completion technique will be plug and perf. Preliminary design is at approximately 40 stages and 1,000 pounds per foot of proppant.
And E2A.
E2A is the northernmost 3840. In the easternmost 1920, Liberty has a producing Middle Bakken well, the Garn 1 MBHX. In the westernmost 1920, Liberty has permitted a Middle Bakken well, the Oris 4 MBHX. The proposed section line well is in purple dashed line, and it will be drilled in the section line corridor of that DSU.
Can you briefly describe for us the plan of development in terms of which well will be drilled first, or if you'll be batch drilling?
The plan of development currently is to place a pad to drill the leasehold well, the Oris well, in sections 3, 10, and 15, as well as in the execs exhibit, the Dolores well going to the south at one time, and then to come back approximately 6 months to a year later and batch drill all the infill wells at once.
And when you talk about the infill wells, you're talking not only the section line wells, but additional wells in the two 1920s that currently exist. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, let's go to Exhibit E2B, and I'll have you briefly discuss that exhibit.
Exhibit E2B is the southernmost 3840 outlined in blue. In the easternmost 1920, Liberty has a producing Middle Bakken well, the Glico 1 MBHX. In the westernmost 1920, Liberty has a permitted Three Forks well, the Dolores 3 TSX. The proposed section line well is in purple with a dashed line. And again, the development plan is to drill the leasehold well on the westernmost 1920 first, and then to come back and batch drill the section line well as all the other infill wells in both 1920 DSUs.
All right, let's go to E3. Can you briefly discuss what's contained on that exhibit?
Yeah, E3 is a reservoir and economic summary. At the top are the reservoir parameters for both Middle Bakken and Three Forks, with the formation thickness 50 feet to 30 feet, porosity 7% to 8.5%, water saturation at 45% in both formations. The production profile with the initial oil rate of 775 barrels of oil per day, gas rate 775 MCF per day, decline rate 65 to 56%, B factor for the ARPS equation of 0.9, water cut at 71%, GOR with a range starting at 1,000 and holding it flat until we drop below bubble point pressure, and then ramping up to 2,300, and then holding that flat once we reach boundary dominated flow. The EUR of oil is 511 MBO, and the gas is 940 MCF estimated. For the economics, using a flat oil price of $70 per barrel and gas price of $5 per MCF, drilling cost of $9.4 million, and then burdening the well with a midstream hookup cost of $550,000. Fixed OPEX of $6,000 per month, variable OPEX of $8 per barrel of oil. The gross working interest for the section line well for the 3840 is estimated at 62.2%, 8/8 NRI at 81%. This results in an IRR of 72% and a payout of 13 months.
And Exhibit E4, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
That is correct.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect correlative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it will.
Mr. Examiner, I have no further questions. Would offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Stacy, as in the previous case, are you going to drill the infill wells and the lease line wells from 3 pads along the common boundary?
Yes.
And do you know what the targets for the lease line wells are?
I don't know if it'll be Middle Bakken or Three Forks, and it'll depend on the ultimate spacing and to maintain the best ultimate recovery from the wells.
Okay, thank you.
Stacy, this is Bruce Hicks. I'm looking at your economics, and as in the other case, it appears that the Middle Bakken and Three Forks, you expect the wells to perform the same. Is that right?
That is correct. we do believe with the modern completion designs with 1,000 pounds per foot, that whether we're initiating the frac in the Middle Bakken or the Three Forks, we are accessing both reservoirs.
Okay, and how is the past wells, how have they performed? Have they been similar?
They have. Our production profile characteristics that we put in the exhibit, they're based on our type curves, which are based on the existing 1920s that we have in that area. We do have 5 total, but 4 have the modern completion techniques. And so we have 1 Three Forks well and 3 Middle Bakken wells. And the 1 Three Forks well is one of our better wells. So both formations are producing well and based on this type curve.
Under your gross economics, you're showing the drilling costs of 9.4 million. I assume that includes the surface facilities. The midstream cost is broken out at a little over $500,000. Is that also included in the drilling cost, or is that above that?
That is on top of that. And the reason it's maybe higher than expected is it's not just a connection to an existing pipeline. This is allocating the cost to build out the infrastructure for this whole area for full infill development.
Okay, thank you.
That
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, anything further on this matter, Mr. Bender?
Nothing further, Mr. Examiner.
And that will conclude the hearing in case number 29924. We'll move back to the beginning of the docket with case number 29921. Application of Enerplus Resources USA Corporation for an order authorizing the completing and producing of the Islet 149-93-05A-08H well, file number 38666, with the horizontal lateral located approximately 283 feet from the west line of the stand-up 640-acre spacing unit, described as the east half of the sections 5 and 8, Township 149 North, Range 93 West, Dunn County, ND, as an exception to the field rules for the Mandaree Bakken Pool, and such other and further relief. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in case number 29921 on behalf of Enerplus Resources USA Corporation. We intend to call 3 witnesses in this case. Mr. Ben Plank will be offering some land testimony. Mr. Topher Lewis, who is a geologist, will be offering some testimony in terms of having discussions with other parties in the area and also a timeline for events that took place. And then also Mr. John Scott will be offering some engineering testimony. And I believe I've got the exhibits passed out, so we're ready to proceed when you are.
All right, so Mr. Plank, I guess is which one? Oh, that's on the phone. All right.
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, yes, I can hear you. I'm going to swear you in here. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Ben, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Benjamin Plank.
And Ben, by whom are you employed in what capacity?
I'm employed by Enerplus Resources, and I'm the landman for our North Dakota full assets.
And in that capacity, you've testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
They were.
Would offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Thank you. Ben, let's go to the first exhibit in the packet, Exhibit A1. What I'd like you to do is identify Exhibit A1 and then briefly discuss what's contained on that exhibit.
Sure. Exhibit A1 is a broad area reference map, which shows the general location of Enerplus's operated stand-up 640-acre unit. This is the unit where the Islet well was drilled, located more specifically on the east half of sections 5 and 8 of Township 149 North, Range 93 West, within the boundaries of the Mandaree Field, located on the Fort Berthold Indian Reservation.
Okay, and then let's skip over the next exhibit in the packet, A2. We'll come back to that. We'll also come back to I think there's A3, and let's go to Exhibit L1. As you did with the first exhibit, identify that exhibit and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
So Exhibit L1 is an ownership map, which shows all of Sections 5 and 8 of Township 149 North, Range 93 West, outlined by the solid orange line. The dashed orange line is the center line of Sections 5 and 8, where both Enerplus and WPX were respectively authorized to reduce setbacks to 300 feet on either side of the center line via order number 31515. The west half of Sections 5 and 8 is a stand-up 640, which WPX operates at a 49.96% working interest, and Enerplus has the remaining 50.04% working interest. The east half of Sections 5 and 8 is operated by Enerplus as a stand-up 640, in which Enerplus has 100% working interest. And the 300-foot setback boundary line for the east half of 5 and 8 is depicted by the black dash line, which is a little hard to see, but as you can see, the eyelet well, which is depicted by the solid red line, was drilled within a 300-foot setback line there on the east half of Section 8 in the south.
And there's diverse ownership in between between the two spacing units. Is that a correct statement, Ben?
Yes, that's a correct statement. We like I said, we pay on the east half of 5 and 8, and WPX pays on the west half of 5 and 8, and there are different mineral owners.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for this witness.
All right. Any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, Mr. Lewis, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Topher, state your full name for the record, please.
Topher Lewis,
And Topher, by whom are you employed?
Enerplus Resources USA.
In what capacity?
I'm the geology lead for the U.S.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
And you've had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, they were.
And in preparation for today's hearing and the testimony that you're going to provide, it's not really geologic testimony, is it?
Correct.
But you were involved in contacting other parties and putting together a timeline that you're going to talk about today, is that correct?
Correct.
Now for the further testimony, this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Okay, Topher, let's go to an exhibit that we jumped over. Let's go to Exhibit A2. Can you tell me what A2 is and why it's important to the application?
Yeah, A2 is a kind of high-level overview map of Sections 5 and 8 in 149 North and 93 West. Shows the existing wells in green sticks and dots, all the currently drilled wells. There are 4 existing kind of legacy short 1-mile laterals that were drilled on the existing or previous 320-acre spacings. And there's one older vertical up in the northeast, the Two Crow 1-5. WPX recently drilled 5 wells on the west half of Sections 5 and 8, and Enerplus drilled 5 wells on the east half of Sections 5 and 8 from our pad up in the northeast. The red boxes in this diagram are the approximate areas where the eyelet was drilled inside of the 300-foot setback. Again, these are approximate just for context in this map. Our drilling engineer will go into more details. But as you can see by the numbers, we violated it by a maximum of about 16.5 feet for a total of about 2,100 feet.
Okay. And in terms of violating the setback, this is a little bit unusual because we're talking about 2 640s splitting up Sections 5 and 8. Just tell us, what is the setback requirement in these 640s?
The setback, I believe we're 300-foot setback. I did not do the work on the actual agreement with WPX. Ben Plank can speak to that in more detail, but they were 300 foot.
But that's your understanding, is that you had to be 300 feet from the mid-section line?
Midsection line.
And in 2 areas, one 16.5 feet, approximately 16.5 feet, and another area approximately 2,000 feet, you're closer than 300 feet. Is that a fair statement?
So the 16.5 shows the maximum distance in. The total length that we were inside of that both of those boxes combined
Okay,
is for about 2,100 feet.
okay, thank you for that clarification. Let's go to the next exhibit, Topher Exhibit A3. Tell us what that is.
Yeah, so Exhibit A3 is a timeline and Enterplus's initial response to the violation. I felt this was important to include to try and illustrate how seriously Enterplus viewed this violation and our attempts to promptly respond to notify all impacted parties and start resolving the issue. I'll start with just a timeline of the wells. So this particular well, the Islet, was spud. The intermediate was spud in May of 2022. It was completed in September of 2022. And first production was in early October of 2022. On Thursday, February 2nd of 2023, Todd Hallweger contacted Josh Rufo, our Western Regional Supervisor, via telephone, and then Josh immediately contacted me. I was actually with Josh at the time, so it was an immediate conversation. I then immediately contacted Ty Abshire, our drilling team lead, and John Scott, our engineer, who's here today. And then on that same day, I was in person in Houston and was able to talk with James Benson, the senior landman for WPX. And then later that day, I spoke with Jeff Poole, another landman for WPX. So we tried to communicate with WPX as soon as possible. Then on Friday, February 3rd, Ben reached out to Frederickson and Byron to submit a request for a location exemption. We tried to get on the February docket, but we missed the deadline, so we're here for March. And then on Monday, February 6th, I emailed a letter explaining our response to date and a draft of one of the exhibits to Todd Hallweger. I've included this letter as one of the later exhibits, SL1. And then on March 15th, Ben Plank received confirmation from Frederickson and Byron that all impacted mineral owners had been notified and made aware of the hearing. And something that I didn't add to this was we did receive a letter of support from WPX, which I've also included as a later exhibit in the packet.
So Topher, are you going to talk a little bit about how this incident happened, or is that something John is going to be discussing? John is going to discuss that?
That's going to be John Scott.
That's all the questions I have for this witness.
Great. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Topher, the well to the west, WPX Pacanoo 8HB, that's the immediate well to the west, right?
Correct.
And have all those wells on that pad been completed?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware if they did or did not maintain the 300-foot setback on their side?
I did not look into that.
Do you know when those wells were completed?
Their timing was very close to ours. I can't remember if they were before or after. Ours were done in October, so it would have been some time within that time frame, but I would have to check.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none, move on to Mr. Scott. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
John, state your full name for the record, please.
John Robert Scott,
And John, by whom are you employed?
Interplus Resources as a drilling engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have not.
What I would like you to do is briefly highlight for the examiner and the commission staff your educational background and work experience.
Okay. So I've worked for Interplus for 4 years as a drilling engineer. Before that, I worked for Baker Hughes in various roles in drill bits and drilling services. And previous to that, I got my bachelor's degree in civil engineering from the University of South Florida.
And John, in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant engineering matters concerning this request?
I have.
And have you prepared or had prepared under your control and supervision some exhibits you intend to sponsor?
I have.
For the further testimony, this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
John, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet. It's multiple pages, but it's been previously labeled as Exhibit E1. Can you tell us what that exhibit is, and then briefly discuss what's contained on those 5 pages.
Okay. Yeah, so page 1 of Exhibit E1 is a plan for the eyelet well, the directional plan of how we were going to drill it. What you can see here is a plot of the plan view. So the eyelet is highlighted in blue. That was a planned wellbore trajectory. You can see on the north and south, we have the 200-foot setbacks drawn in. On the east side, you see the 500-foot setback. What you don't see there is the 300-foot setback on the west boundary. So one of the things that came out of this, the well planner was not properly informed of that setback on the western boundary. Therefore, it was not in the directional plan. The plan has the lateral trajectory 25.03 feet east of the west setback.
Okay, so in other words, you had basically a 25-foot kind of tolerance that you were working with.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, because we didn't have the setback in the well plan, that's kind of what we're working with without us knowing, right? Because we didn't have the 300-foot setback boundary.
Okay, let's go to the next page of this exhibit, E1, page 2. Can you briefly discuss what's contained upon it?
So yeah, page 2 is a plot of the actual surveys of the eyelet versus plan number 2. So the green box is kind of like Topher alluded to earlier. That's the intervals where we crossed into the setback. And I'll go into a little bit further detail on each one on the next exhibit. But yeah, Enerplus standard practice is to allow the trajectory in the lateral to deviate 50 foot right or 50 foot left off the plan, except on wells against a parallel setback. Since the setback was not on the directional plan, our directional drillers on site were not aware of this 300-foot setback and abided by our standard practice. So in the execution of the job, the trajectory deviated west at a maximum distance of 41.55 feet off the plan. So any interval with a deviation west larger than 25.03 feet would have placed the wellbore inside of that 300-foot setback. So I'm just reiterating the numbers that Topher read earlier. The total lateral length inside of the setback was 2,097.16 feet. The maximum distance west that we got into that setback was 16.52 feet. Yeah, and sorry, there's a typo there in the exhibit. It should say inside, not outside, on that total lateral length.
Okay, let's go to page 3.
So page 3, here's the detailed information of that first crossing of the setback. So we have a table there with the survey stations. Highlighted in red is our east-west distances from the wellhead. So for this particular hard line, we could only, the maximum permitted distance west from the surface hole was 1,604.03 feet. So any time that our saver point was higher than that in the west direction, we were in violation of that boundary. So as you can see there, the interval is from 18,450 feet to 18,961.93 feet for a total of 511.93 feet. On the table there, you see the distance inside the setback at each one of those survey stations. And the plot there just is an illustration of what we're seeing on that table. The black line is the setback line. The blue line is the planned trajectory. And the red line is the actual surveys.
Let's go to page 4.
So page 4, same kind of setup, is the detail of the second interval where we cross the setback. Same thing, where we can travel a maximum distance of 1,604.03 feet west of the surface hole location. So in this instance, we crossed the setback from 19,653.77 feet to 21,239 feet, which was TD of the well, for a total of 1,585.23 feet. In this interval here is where we got to our maximum west distance, which was at 16.552 feet into the setback. And same thing below, we have the diagram with the black line being the setback line, the blue line being the planned wellbore, and the red line being the actual surveys.
All right, and then page 5 of Exhibit 1, E1, excuse me.
So page 5 of Exhibit E1, this is just the final end of well report where obviously after it was communicated to us from the NDIC that we had violated that setback, it's kind of hard to see on it, but it's same plot as we've kind of been seeing all along, but this time you can notice that we have the red 300-foot setback line drawn into it.
Okay, let's go to the next exhibit. It's been previously marked as Exhibit S1. Can you tell me what that is?
So S1 is a summary of corrective actions. Going forward, Enerplus is reevaluating our document management system and procedure for communicating unit setbacks both internally and externally with our contractors and directional company. In December of 2022, even before this incident was identified, Enerplus internally assigned a new engineer responsible for all planning and permitting going forward. Another step we're taking is Enerplus regularly has pre-pad meetings before beginning operations on a new pad or a new spacing unit. Previously, we've only focused on subsurface operations, so geology and drilling. So we plan to incorporate the regulatory and land departments so everybody is informed and on the same page about any special circumstances around setbacks or agreements like the ones pertaining to this pad.
All right, and then let's go to the next exhibit, Exhibit SL1.
So the next exhibit is just a letter of communication between Topher Lewis and Todd Holweger about the incident and part of our initial response when we were first notified about what happened. And he kind of walked through the timeline of how all that worked. So this is just as an exhibit of the initial communication.
And then the last exhibit, Exhibit SL2.
Exhibit SL2 is the letter of support from WPX on this case.
And I think it was your testimony that the furthest distance you went into the adjacent spacing, or not the adjacent spacing unit, but beyond the hard line was approximately 16 feet, 16 and a half feet, is that correct?
16.52 feet.
And given the length of the lateral, it's a relatively small portion that was beyond the hard line. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah.
And not all of that distance that was beyond the hard line was 16 and a half feet. That was just the maximum.
Correct.
And there
Yeah.
was a lot of area that was a lot less than 16 feet.
Yes, that is correct.
And in considering all that, in your opinion, if this application is granted by the commission, is there going to be a correlative rights problem?
I'm not really familiar with.
Is there going to be unfair drainage from one spacing unit to the other spacing unit, given the small amount of over the hard line that you've gone?
Yeah, reservoir engineering is not really my area of expertise, so I'm not sure how the completions would impact.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. Examiner, that's all the questions I have. I would offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
John, on Exhibit E1, first page, the very first words that are on there are well planner. Does the well planner know what the spacing unit is when he plans a well?
So we give them the information, plats, the FTP, which is the formation top prognosis, well location, offsets. So that's the information they have to build our world plan. So, and the permits, sorry.
So I would think that the well planner needs to know what the spacing unit is when you're planning a well, to know if you're even inside the spacing unit when you plan the well. Isn't that true?
Yep, correct.
And then are they also given a copy of the permit that's approved by the commission?
Correct.
And that has the space unit on it, is that correct?
There is a statement in there of what the setbacks are, correct.
And it also has the maximum distance you can deviate north, south, east, west, depending upon the situation, is that correct?
Correct.
So it seems a little, I mean, these come up from time to time, but I always am incredible when this happens that people just don't seem to be aware. It just, at this day and age, I just can't imagine that happening, but I guess it does happen. I assume in the future that with your plans going forward that there will be much, they'll pay closer attention to what the space unit is and what the setbacks are, I assume.
Yeah, and we've identified a couple areas of improvement in our processes of updating documents, updating plats, that obviously would help us, catch these things before we're, after the fact.
Okay, thank you.
John, this may have been touched on earlier. I was digging up details on the information, but this lateral, the casing has been run and cemented in place, correct?
Correct.
And the well has not been stimulated yet?
No, it has.
It has been stimulated, okay. And the offsetting WPX well, that well has been completed or has not?
All wells in the unit have been drilled and completed and are producing.
Okay. On
In
both
both
sides?
sections.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
in both sections.
John, I just want to reiterate what Mark had talked about on the setbacks, because, it's kind of a no-brainer, even if you don't know what the spacing unit is. If you look at page 2 of the approval that the commission gave, it clearly states in there, and anybody could understand this, it says that based on the azimuth, the maximum legal coordinates from the wellhead at the 7-inch casing point is 589 feet north. And then it goes on to say that that at total depth, you have to stay at no further than 9,656 feet south and 1604 west. So, to me, it's extremely important that that's maybe one of the first things that you tell the planner, is that those maximum distance are on there. And then you can go from there to make sure that they understand the entire wellbore. But I just want to emphasize that is an extremely important part of making sure that it's legal.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, anything further on this matter, Mr. Bender?
Nothing further.
And that will conclude the hearing in case number 29921. Move on to case number 29885, application of Enerplus Resources Corporation for an order amending the field rules for the McGregory, Buttes, and/or South Fork Bakken Pool so to create and establish an overlapping 3840 acre space unit comprised of sections 4, 5, 8, 9, 16, and 17, Township 148 North, Range 93 West, Dunn County, ND, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between the existing spacing units of said proposed overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit, and/or such other and further relief as appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in case 29885 on behalf of Enerplus Resources USA Corporation. We'll be calling 3 witnesses in this matter. Mr. Ben Plank will be testifying again in this case, who testified in the previous case, Mr. Topher Lewis, who testified in the previous case, and then Mr. Jillian Hornack. And Jillian, are you on the phone? Or Julian, excuse me?
Can you guys hear me?
Pardon me?
Can you guys hear me? I'm on.
Yeah, and I apologize, I mispronounced your name, so.
Oh, no problem.
All right. Mr. Plank, I'm going to swear you in one more time. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Ben, let's go to the packet of exhibits for case 29885, Exhibit L1.
Yeah, so Exhibit L1, broad area reference map, just shows the general location of our proposed 3,840 acre overlapping spacing unit, which will be located on sections 4, 5, 8, 9, 16, and 17 of Township 148 North, Range 93 West.
All right, and L2.
L2 is an operation overview map of the proposed 3840 overlapping spacing unit outlined by the red dashed line. This would overlap Enerplus's stand-up 1280, comprised of sections 4 and 9, in which Enerplus has 87% working interest. This also overlaps Enerplus's lay-down 1280, comprised of sections 5 and 6, which Enerplus has 100% working interest. And this also overlaps Enerplus's 1280 laydown, comprised of sections 16 and 15, in which Enerplus has a 76.95% working interest. And also important to note, this overlaps WPX's stand-up 1280, comprised of sections 8 and 17, in which WPX has a 78.3% working interest. And this would bring Enerplus's total working interest in this proposed overlapping leaf line well to a 57.71%.
Okay, and that's depicted on the next exhibit, L3, is that correct?
That's correct, and it's also on. It's also depicted on L2 up in the top left-hand corner.
Okay. Anything else that you want to describe for the commission that is depicted on L3?
So I'll just slightly touch on L3 that it basically shows where the leaf line well depicted by the black line, which Enerplus plans to drill from our pad located in the northwest quarter of Section 4.
No further questions.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Mr. Lewis, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Topher, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, G1. Tell us what that is.
Yeah, Exhibit G1 is a local structure map for the area. The contour lines in the background are on the Upper Bakken Shale in subsea TBD on a 20-foot interval. The green lines and dots on the map are all of the existing producing wells in the area. The red dashed outline is the proposed 3840, and the black solid line is the proposed lease line between sections 4, 5, 8, 9, 16, and 17. And the pad that we plan to use for this is up in the northeast part of the unit. And our plan for this is for this well to be a middle Bakken. We have planned it as a middle Bakken lease line.
Okay, and this exhibit also shows your well that you're using for type log, is that correct?
Correct, yes. Down in the southeast, you can see the reference well, which is our well, the pumpkin.
All right, let's go to the next exhibit, G2.
Exhibit G2 is an offset reference log. Again, it's from the Enerplus Pumpkin 1489314C13HTF. The display is the logs on the left, gamma ray. Second from the left is resistivity, then porosity logs, and bulk density and PE. Our formation tops that we use internally are labeled on the right, and the shaded areas in green and purple are our primary target zones for drilling in both the Middle Bakken and the Three Forks.
No further questions.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Move on to Mr. Hornak. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
again, Julian, apologize for mispronouncing your name. Can you state your full name for the record, please?
No problem. It's Julian Hornack,
And Julian, by whom are you employed?
Enerplus Resources,
In what
as
capacity?
a reservoir engineer.
Okay,
As a reservoir engineer.
thank you. And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
They were.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Julian, let's go to Exhibit E1. Please identify that exhibit and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Yes. Exhibit E1 is a wellbore schematic and displayed as a generic wellbore schematic of what the proposed well is planned to be.
Okay, how many frac stages are you planning as well?
I believe it'll be close to 60 as it is a 3-mile lateral.
And then let's go to Exhibit RE2. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, Exhibit RE2 is an economic summary of the post-middle Bakken well, and at a flat oil price of $60 and a gas price of $3.60 per MCF, with a 14,900 foot lateral and an initial capital investment of $10,400 or $10,400,000, and the GOR helped at 1.3. We're expecting an EUR of 750,000 barrels, and that is returning a rate of return of 46.88%.
All right, and then let's go to RE1.
And RE1 is an exhibit of the Middle Bakken Reservoir parameters, and with a thickness of 37 feet, a porosity of 6.7%, and a water saturation of 28%, alongside a formation volume factor of 1.3. We're expecting total stock tank oil in place of about 41 million barrels, of which this well will recover 750,000 barrels.
And then finally, I don't see an exhibit number on this gas capture affidavit. Perhaps we can just call it GC1. Is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
That is correct.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
I do.
Mr. Examiner, no further questions. Offer the exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
I do have a question for Topher. Looking back at your exhibit G1, if I look to see where that lease line is going to be drilled from, it looks like it's just north or on the north line of the northeast quarter of 4, but the land exhibit, that actually showed it in the northwest of 4. Have you picked a location yet?
saying from the pad?
Yeah, the surface location.
Yeah, we have 2 pads in that area. The one that I have illustrated here is what we call a racing pad. And it is correct, the land exhibit is more up to date. We have a pad in the northwest, which we call the Woman Creek. And that will be the pad that we're drilling it from.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none. Anything further in this matter, Mr. Bender?
Nothing further.
And that will conclude the hearing in case number 29885.
Thank you.
It's just
Good seeing
about
you again.
10:15 a.m. Let's take a 10-minute break here. We'll reconvene at 10:25. We are back on the record. The time is 10:24 a.m. We'll move on to case number 29922, application of EOG Resources, Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the partial Bakken Pool, Montreal County, ND, to create and establish an overlapping 2560-acre space unit comprised of sections 2, 3, 11, and 12, Township 152 North, Range 90 West, authorizing the drilling, completing, and producing of a total not to exceed 2 wells on said proposed overlapping 2560-acre space unit, and such other relief as appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota. And I am appearing in case 29922 on behalf of EOG Resources, Inc. We intend to call 2 witnesses. Ms. Anna Morgan will be offering some land testimony, and Mr. John Schmidt will be offering some geologic and engineering testimony. Both witnesses will be appearing by telephone.
All right. Ms. Morgan, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Anna, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Anna Morgan,
And Anna, by whom are you employed?
EOG Resources,
In what capacity?
Land Advisor.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Anna, let's go to the packet of exhibits for this case, 29922. Let's go start with the cover page, which has been previously marked as Exhibit L1. Please identify Exhibit L1 and then discuss what's contained upon it.
Exhibit L1 is a regional location map showing the boundary of the partial Bakken Pool within the state of North Dakota.
And L2?
Exhibit L2 shows the outline of the partial Bakken Pool in green, and it shows our requested 2560 spacing unit outlined in red.
And L3?
L3 again shows the requested spacing unit outlined in red and reflects EOG's working interest within this unit is 69.5%.
And then L4?
L4 again shows our requested spacing unit and EOG's working interest in all of the adjoining sections and any underlying spacing units. We've identified 4 underlying spacing units that we believe can be vacated in this area.
No further questions.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we'll move on to Mr. Schmidt. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
John, full name for the record, please.
John Michael Schmidt,
And by whom are you employed?
EOG Resources as a senior geological engineer.
And that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, sir.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
John, let's go to G1. Briefly discuss what's contained upon that exhibit.
Okay, G1 shows the spacing unit that we're applied for with Middle Bakken structure map showing the Middle Bakken is present at approximately 7150 sub C, and the long 1-01 pH well is highlighted. That's the type log that it appears then on G2, the next page.
All right, let's go to G2.
G2 then shows that type log for the long 1-01 pH, showing that's directly adjacent to the unit, showing that the Upper Bakken, Middle Bakken, Lower Bakken, and Three Forks are all present in and around the CSU requested.
And then let's go to the next exhibit, E1. Tell us what that is.
E1 just shows the request of a 2560 spacing unit, and we're requesting it for 2 Bakken wells total. 2 Bakken wells, no Three Forks wells for 2 wells total in the Bakken.
And E2?
E2 then shows
the requested spacing unit in green, where our proposed pad location would be in the north half of section 3 in orange, and then the dashed red lines would be our proposed 2 Bakken wells, with the existing Bakken wells that have been drilled in blue, and there aren't any Three Forks wells in the area in the area of review right around this DSU. And then in yellow is the cross-section, approximate cross-section alignment, which is then shown in Exhibit E3.
Okay, let's go to E3.
E3 shows how these 2 proposed Bakken wells in red dash would fit in along that cross-section line in relation to the existing Bakken wells that have been drilled in the area.
Okay, so fairly.
And
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say our Bakken spacing would be a little bit looser than some of the infill spacing in the past in the area. We anticipate the new Bakken wells to be at about 1,250 foot inner well distance.
Thanks. And then E4.
E4, just a wellbore diagram showing that we plan to do a cemented liner, and for the 13,000 to 14,000 foot laterals, we're estimating 60 to 70 plug and perf stages.
And E5.
E5 are the reservoir parameters for the Bakken pool in the area, with for getting down to the total at the bottom, oil in place of 640 acres is about 60 million barrels. For this 2560, 64 million barrels. And then moving on to E6, our economics. For a Bakken well, we EUR of 675,000 barrels. For the 2 well package, 1.35. The total package would drain about 2% of the oil in place for the 2560. Net investment of approximately $9.8 million for each well, for a total of $19.6 million for the 2 well project, and return on investment of 1.68.
Right. And E6.
Okay, that was E6. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Got
Did you skip
Yeah,
over?
I got into the.
Okay.
Well, I went right from the oil in place into the EUR numbers in E6. I apologize.
No, I didn't follow you either. So let's then, GC1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of cases?
It is. Our Pagan is our gatherer, and they will take that to the off-table plant just north of in the north half of the field.
And in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Examiner, that's all the questions I have. We'd offer each one of the exhibits that were identified by the 2 witnesses.
Exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
John, this is Bruce Hicks. When do you plan to drill them, and will you batch drill them?
We would batch drill them, and there is a possibility. We have 2 rigs running up there right now, and there is a possibility that we would add these on to the end of our drilling window in middle of June. If not, then they would go to our 2024 drilling program.
When I pulled up the rigs, I only saw EOG had 1. Did you recently pick up another one?
Yeah, we have the HP 640 is moving in and rigging up, and the H&P 385 is drilling. We have one sitting down in the Liberty Township, and one is moving in rigging. The 640 is moving in rigging up in the Burke Township.
Okay, thank you.
We're excited. And this is down, this DSU is down in the neighborhood where it all started, down by the partial 1-36. So, it's fun to be back in the old places again.
We can tell you're excited.
John, currently sections 2, I'm looking at exhibit E2.
Yes.
So sections 2, 11,
11 and
12 are
and
currently
12.
1920.
Yeah, so part of Anna's testimony, she said there were some underlying spacing units that we would vacate. So one of the spacing units we would vacate would be the 2, 11, and 12, in which no wells were drilled at 1920. And I can go through the rest of them, or Anna can, if
Yeah,
you want
please,
the land
please,
person.
please do.
Okay. So we've identified a 1,280 acre spacing unit. It's zone XXIX that is comprised of sections 1 and 2. It's a laydown 1280 that can be vacated. And then we've identified 3 1920s in zone XLZI, sections 2, 11, and 12. Zone LIV, sections 11, 12, and 13, which is a 1920. And then zone XLVI, sections 11, 13, and 14, which was also a 1920. We believe all 4 of those could be vacated.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Anything further in this matter, Mr. Bender?
Nothing further.
All right, and that will conclude the hearing in case number 29922. Jump ahead here to case number 29925. Application of Grayson Mill Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Fort Buford and/or Briar Creek Bakken Pool, Williams and Mackenzie County, ND, so to create and establish 3 overlapping 1920 acre spacing units comprised of sections 1, 12, and 13, sections 2, 11, and 14, sections 3, 10, and 15, Township 152 North, Range 104 West, authorizing the drilling of a well on each proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit and/or such further relief. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in case 29925 on behalf of Grayson Mill Operating LLC. We'll be calling 3 witnesses in this matter. And just give me a moment here. Yes, the witnesses will be Ms. Amy Becker will be offering some land testimony. Ms. Catherine Henry will be offering some geologic testimony. And Ms. Nikki Nichols will be offering some engineering testimony.
All right. Ms. Becker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Amy, could you state your full name for the record, please?
Amy Becker,
And Amy, by whom are you employed?
Grayson Mill Energy.
In what capacity?
I am a senior landman.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
For the further testimony of this witness, that of an expert.
Your testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Thank you. Amy, let's go to the packet of exhibits that I've distributed to the commission staff for 29925, and let's go to Exhibit L1. What I'd like you to do is identify Exhibit L1 and then very briefly describe what's contained upon it.
Exhibit L1, field depiction is just a bird's eye view of our 3 proposed 1920 acre spacing units. One consisting of sections 1, 12, and 13, another, the second being 2, 11, and 14, and a third being 3, 10, and 15,
all located in Township 152 North, Range 104 West.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to L2, and as you did with L1, identify it, and then briefly describe what's contained upon it.
Yes. Exhibit L2 is another bird's eye view, but of the existing spacing unit involved in our proposed 31920 acre spacing unit.
Okay, let's go to L3.
L3 represents Grayson Mill Williston's working interest in our existing 1280 acre spacing unit, which we call the Gibbons, located in sections 1 and 12, Township 152 North, Range 104 West. Our working interest is 66%.
L4.
L4 shows our ownership in our operated Houston 1280 acre spacing unit, comprised of sections 2 and 11, 152 North, 104 West, and our working interest is 70%.
And L5.
L5 is between Grayson Mills working interest in our operated Buford 1280 acre spacing unit, comprised of sections 3 and 10, 152 North, 104 West, and our working interest is 77%.
And L6.
L6 is our ownership in our operated CML 1280 acre spacing unit, comprised of sections 13 and 14, 152 North, 104 West, and our working interest is 60%.
And L7.
L7 is showing the ownership of an undeveloped 640 acre section, which is section 15, located in 152 North, 104 West. We do not have current title, or any title for that matter. Therefore, I'm assuming for the purpose of this hearing that XPO has 100% working interest.
All right, now let's quickly go to Exhibit L8. Tell us what that is.
Sure. L8 is our ownership in our proposed 1920 acre spacing unit, comprised of sections 1, 12, and 13, 152 North, 104 West. And in this 1920, we would have a working interest of 66%.
And L9.
L9 is our ownership in the proposed 1920 acre spacing unit, comprised of sections 2, 11, and 14, 152 North, 104 West. We would have a working interest of 67%.
And Exhibit L10.
L10 depicts our ownership in the third proposed 1920 acre spacing unit, comprised of sections 3, 10, and 15, 152 North, 104 West. And our working interest would be 51%.
No further questions of the land witness.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none?
I got it.
Oh, sorry.
Amy, does Grayson Mill have any interest in sections 4, 9, and 16 to the west?
Off the top of my head, I do not know. I would have to do some further research.
Okay, 15 and 16 are currently a laydown 1280, is that correct?
Correct.
So what's going to happen to section 16?
I see that there's a 1280 to the north. I'm not sure who operates that. I would have to do some further research to see what the options would be for this area.
Yeah, I believe it's Oasis has the well in there.
Yes.
So either you or somebody else from Grayson Mill in later testimony can tell us what's going to happen to section 16.
Well, I don't know if we're
Yes.
going to I don't know, Amy, if you're going to have the ability to respond today, this may be something that we have to provide the commission with information at a later date.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes, correct. We can certainly communicate with Oasis and come up with a plan here.
okay, thank you.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none? Ms. Henry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Catherine, state your name for the record, please.
Catherine Henry,
And Catherine, by whom are you employed?
Grayson Mill Energy,
In what capacity?
as a geologist.
And in that capacity, you've testified before the commission previously?
Yes.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Well, for the further testimony, this witness that of an expert.
Testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Catherine, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, G1. Tell us what that is.
Sure. This is a structure map of the Upper Bakken Shale. The shale contours are at 25 feet, and the type log we'll be using is highlighted in yellow. It's field 2-1.
And G2.
And then,
Oh, I'm sorry.
yeah, no, that's it. G2 is the type log of the field 2-1. The thickness for the Middle Bakken in this area is 26 feet thick, and the wells in question will be targeting the Middle Bakken.
No further questions.
Are there any questions from commission staff?
Catherine, looking at your G1, there's a number of short horizontal laterals in these lands. Are those Bakken or Madison targets?
Madison.
Okay. And then the one well that you'd have down the section line between 1, 2, 11, 12, 13, and 14, looks like you'd be crossing over an existing Bakken horizontal well, correct?
Yes.
So how do you plan to drill across that, and what would you do during your completion as you cross that well bore?
Engineering will cover that.
Yeah, I just realized I got a little ahead of my questioning. Thank you.
It's okay.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none. Ms. Nichols, can you hear me?
Again,
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
yes, I do.
Nikki, by whom are you employed?
I'm employed by Grayson Mill Energy
In what capacity?
as a reservoir engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Nikki, let's go to the first engineering exhibit in the packet, E1. Identify that for us and then briefly highlight what's contained upon it.
E1 is our proposed directional well plot. You can see here existing Middle Bakken wells are in blue solid lines, and our proposed Middle Bakken wells are in blue dashed lines. The two existing well bores in sections 11 and 14 in black lines there, as Catherine previously stated, are Madison wells, one of which has been abandoned. The other in section 14 is presently producing. The existing Middle Bakken well, the TML 1413-1H in sections 14 and 13, we will be crossing. We intend to put that well back on production after we cross that well bore, and do not presently have any completion concern, no real change in our completion design, given that we are going to be crossing that well bore.
Okay, let's go to E2.
E2 is a wellbore schematic for a 15,000-foot lateral. You can see we're planning to set surface casing around 2,000 feet, and this is estimated 90-stage completion.
All right, and E3.
E3, these are reservoir and fluid characteristics. Our target is the Middle Bakken. TBD is 10,583 feet. Net pay here is 26 feet with porosity of 7.4% and 23% water saturation.
And E4.
E4 are well economics. The top table has some of our type curve parameters for, again, Middle Bakken well, with the initial oil rate of 1,250 barrels of oil per day. Oil EUR, 518,000 barrels of oil, and EUR gas, 600 million cubic feet. Single well economics shown here at $70 and $3 pricing, $12.6 million capex, PV10 of $3.9 million, rate of return of 32% and payout in 2.71 years.
And Exhibit GM1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of hearings?
Yes, it is.
And in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it will.
No further questions. Mr. Examiner, we would offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Nikki, does Grayson Mill plan to drill these wells from the north end of the spacing units?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none?
We do
Yes.
have to,
So-
there was a request for some additional information. Amy, the additional information that Mr. Bohr requested, do you think we can provide that to the commission by April 4th, or is that rushing you?
Yes, I believe that's possible.
Okay.
Okay.
And if for some reason we run into a jam, we'll be requesting a short extension.
So the record will remain open until April 4th, 2023 for further supplement. I do want to note, before we close the record on this one, there is a letter from the Bureau of Land Management on this one regarding unleased federal lands. I don't know if you want to make any comment on it, Mr. Bender, but
No, Grayson Mill is familiar with the process of leasing federal lands, and they fully understand you can't penetrate federal lands that aren't leased, so don't have any objection to making it a part of the record.
and the letter will also be made a part of the record. So anything further on this matter, Mr. Bender?
Nothing further.
All right, and that will conclude the hearing in case number 29925. Moving on, case number 29926, application of Grayson Mill Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Sugar Beet and/or Glass Bluff Bakken Pool, Williams County, ND, so as to create and establish two overlapping 1920-acre space units comprised of sections 5, 8, and 17, and sections 6, 7, and 18, Township 152 North, Range 103 West, authorizing the drilling of a well on each proposed overlapping 1920-acre spacing unit and/or such further relief. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing this matter on behalf of Grayson Mill Operating LLC. We intend to call three witnesses, same three witnesses that were called in the previous case.
All right, Ms. Becker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Amy, L1.
One is the depiction of our proposed 1920-acre spacing unit. One comprised of sections 5, 8, and 17. The other comprised of sections 6, 7, and 18. 152 North, 103 West.
L2.
L2 showing you the existing spacing unit overlapped with our proposed 1920-acre spacing unit. That's it. Yep.
Okay. L3.
L3 represents our ownership in our operated Everett 480-acre spacing unit, comprised of sections 5 and 8, 152 North, 103 West. Our working interest is 78%.
And L4.
L4 depicts Grayson Mills ownership in our operated ART 1280 acre spacing unit, comprised of sections 67, 152 north, 103 west, and our working interest is 86%.
And L5?
L5 is the ownership of the developed 40 acre section, which is section 17, 152 north, 103 west. And a preliminary title search revealed Grayson Mill with a working interest of about 28%.
I'm sorry, you broke up just a little bit there, Amy. Can you repeat what you said at the end?
Yes, a preliminary title search and report gives Grayson Mill 28% working interest.
Okay, thank you. And then L6?
L6 is another undeveloped 40 acre section, which is section 18, township 152 north, 103 west, and it appears Kraken has some interest along with many other owners.
Okay, and L7?
L7 is our proposed 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 5, 8, and 17, 152 north, 103 west. And Grayson Mill would have a working interest of 62%.
And L8?
L8 is our proposed 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 6, 7, and 18, 152 north, 103 west. And our working interest would be 60%.
No further questions.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, can move on to Ms. Henry. We'll swear you in again. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Catherine, let's go to Exhibit G1. Can you identify and briefly describe what's contained on that exhibit?
Yes, this is a structure map of the Upper Bakken Shale with 25-foot contours. I've also highlighted the type log Anderson 6-1. It's highlighted in yellow.
And G2?
G2 is the type log for the Anderson 6-1. The Middle Bakken is about 27 feet thick in this area, and the wells in question will be targeting the Middle Bakken.
No further questions.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Ms. Nichols, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Nikki, let's go to E1. Briefly describe what's contained on that exhibit.
E1 is our proposed directional well plot. You can see the solid blue lines are existing Middle Bakken well bores, and the dashed blue lines are our proposed Middle Bakken wells.
E2?
E2 is a wellbore schematic for a 15,000-foot lateral, surface casing set around 2,000 feet with estimated 90 stage completion.
E3?
E3 is a reservoir and fluid characteristics table for the Middle Bakken. CBD is 10,370 feet. Net pay is 27 feet, porosity 7.9%, and water saturation is 22%.
E4?
E4, we have the top table are type curve characteristics for Middle Bakken wells with an initial rate of 1,300 barrels of oil per day, an oil EUR of 585,000 barrels of oil, and a gas EUR of 822 million cubic feet. Single well economics below, showing CapEx of $12.9 million per well, PV10 of 3.95 million, rate of return of 26%, and a payout of 4 years.
And Exhibit GM1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes, it is.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it does.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Nikki, these two horizontal wells will be drilled from the north end of the spacing units?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Nikki, this is Bruce Hicks. In some cases where you're going to drill a 1920 and there's some undeveloped acreage in there, there's been some question of whether or not you should stay back the 1,220-foot policy distance from the spacing unit line. On the wells that you're proposing, do you intend to stay back that 1,220 setback from the spacing unit line on the first well?
I believe so, yes.
So your answer is yes, you do plan to do that?
I believe that's accurate, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, I guess, again, there's a letter from Bureau of Land Management on this one with the unleased interests.
Excuse me. No objection to being made part of the record.
We'll include the record as, or the letter from BLM as part of the record. Anything further in this matter, Mr. Bender?
Nothing further.
And that will conclude the hearing in case number 29226. Case number 29927. Application of Grayson Mill Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Hardscrabble Bakken Pool, Williams and McKenzie Counties, ND, so as to create and establish an overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 1, 12, 13, and 24, Township 153 North, Range 102 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 4 wells on said proposed overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit, and/or such further relief. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in this matter, case 29927, on behalf of Grayson Mill Operating LLC. We'll be calling the same 3 witnesses in this case as we did in the previous case.
All right. Ms. Becker, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Amy, L1.
L1 is depicting our proposed 2560-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 1, 12, 13, and 24, Township 153 North, Range 102 West.
And L2.
L2 depicts also our proposed 2560-acre spacing unit overlaps with the existing 1280-acre spacing unit.
Okay, and L3.
L3, our existing operating Lippert 1280-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 1 and 12, 153 North, 102 West. Grayson Mill has a working interest of 86%.
And L4.
L4 is showing the ownership of section 13, 153 North, 102 West, and Grayson Mill currently has a working interest of 11% in this section.
And L5.
L5 is just depicting the ownership which is unknown at this time. Further title research is required to identify the exact owners of the Bakken in section 24, 153 North, 102 West.
And L6.
L6 is showing our ownership of the proposed 2560-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 1, 12, 13, and 24, 153 North, 102 West, and Grayson Mill's working interest would be 46%.
And since Grayson Mill has less than a majority interest in the proposed 2560, will Grayson Mill have discussions with other working interest owners to determine who should be the operator?
Yes, and we have Oasis support the drilling of the 2560.
No further questions of the land witness.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none? Ms. Henry, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Catherine, G1.
G1 is a map of the Upper Bakken Shale structure. Contours are at 25 feet, and the type log is highlighted to the northwest there in yellow. It's the Hansen 1-3.
Okay, and G2.
G2 is just the well log to the Hansen 1-3. The Middle Bakken is actually 31 feet in this area, and the wells in question will be targeting the Middle Bakken Shale.
No further questions.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Ms. Nichols, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Nikki, let's take a look at E1. Tell us what that is.
E1 is our proposed directional well plot. You can see the existing Middle Bakken wells are in solid blue line, and our proposed Middle Bakken wells are in the dashed blue line. The solid black line in section 24 is an existing Madison well.
And E2.
E2 is the wellbore schematic of a 20,000-foot lateral surface casing set at 2,200 feet with estimated 120 stages completion.
And E3.
E3 is reservoir characteristic tables. Middle Bakken will be the producing zone, TVD of 10,624 feet. Net pay here is actually 31 feet instead of 27. My apologies for the mistake. Porosity is 7.5%, and water saturation is 26%.
And E4.
E4 are showing type curve parameters in the top table. Again, for a Middle Bakken well, an initial rate of 1,950 barrels of oil per day, an oil EUR just above 1 million barrels, in gas EUR 1.5 BCF. The lower table is economics for the DSU. CapEx for 4 wells, $56.6 million. PV10 at well 4 wells, $62 million. The rate of return of 99% and the payout in 1.3 years.
And then Exhibit GM1, is that a gas capture affidavit that's typically required in these sorts of cases?
Yes, it is.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it will.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Nikki, will you batch drill all 4 wells?
Yes, that is the plan.
And then will you be using the Lippert pad in section 1 as it shows on E1?
Yes, that is our plan.
Okay, thanks.
Nikki, when does Grayson Mill plan to drill these wells?
He's there in 2025 on our billing schedule.
And do you know what the approximate measured depth of the longest well Grayson Mill has drilled so far?
27,500 feet.
27,500?
Yes, measured depth.
Do you anticipate that there will be any, or what drilling measures will you use? Is there anything out of the ordinary that you'd have to use to drill a well this long?
We have our drilling engineer in the room. We thought you guys might have specific drilling questions, so we would like for him to be sworn in so that he can, answer any of your specific drilling questions if that's okay with the commission.
Do you want answers to those questions? Or do you need answers to those questions, maybe is what I should ask.
Yeah, I think just in some general ideas.
Okay, you want to finish asking your questions of Nikki, and then I can, is that okay?
Yes,
Mr.
we can
Gadd?
swear in the next witness.
I think that's all I had for Nikki then.
Okay.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none, we can
So,
Swear in
Mr.
this.
Drilling Engineer, can you state your full name for the record, please?
Daniel Chang,
And can you spell that, please?
DanielCheng.
So it's Daniel Chang, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chang. I'll go ahead and swear you in here. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Daniel, once again, just state your full name for the record, please.
Daniel Chang,
And Daniel, by whom are you employed?
Grayson Mill Energy,
In what capacity?
drilling engineer.
And in that capacity, have you ever testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and you've had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony, this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
And at this time, I don't have any questions for Mr. Chang.
All right, turn it over to the commission.
Daniel, what, if any, unusual drilling techniques will have to be used to drill a well to this depth?
There are several things we can engineer, but things that we can look at is a slightly larger drill pipe to help us with the pump pressures, very steerable, potentially used to reach this last half mile. We recently drilled 3.5 mile laterals, so to get this last half mile, we may have to run a rotary steerable type tool, but I'm confident we can get it drilled.
And as Nikki stated, you plan to batch drill all 4 wells?
That's the plan.
Okay, thank you.
Nikki had indicated that the longest lateral drilled to date by Grayson Mill was 20,000 or 27,500 feet. What's the longest lateral being proposed in this spacing unit?
The estimated lateral length is about 20,000 feet.
What would the total measured depth of that well be, though?
About 31,000 feet.
And I'm assuming that's the easternmost well proposed.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Daniel, this is Bruce Hicks. It was indicated that the approximate spud date was in 2025. Is there any reason why it's out so far? Or are you looking for advancements in technology, or is it just that's where it lands on the drilling schedule?
I think that's just where it lands in the drilling schedule.
Are there other locations in this area that Grayson Mill is actively and in the near future going to develop?
We don't have any plans to drill in this vicinity in the next 12 months.
And Amy, I do have a question for you. You had indicated that Section 24, there was no, you did not know the owners? That's what you indicated?
That's correct. During a precursory title search, it was not going back far enough in time. I believe originally it was thought that RIM Operating owns the Bakken formation under Section 24, but we have to find out that they actually do not. So we're going to have to run that working interest title back further to nail down the exact owners and what's held as far as the Bakken formation goes.
Okay, so even though they produce a Madison well, They don't own the leasehold below the Madison, is that what you found?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Anything further in this matter, Mr. Bender?
Nothing further.
All right, and that will conclude the hearing in case number 29927. Moving on. Case number 29928, application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order authorizing the use of an open receptacle to be located in the northeast quarter of the northwest quarter of Section 18, Township 155 North, Range 96 West, Dollar Joe Field, Williams County, ND, for storage of produced water to allow fracture stimulation of the Colette 2-18HSL well and the Colette 3-18H well, as an exception to the provisions of Section 43-02-03-19.3 of the NDAC and such other and further relief. Well, and this case is dismissed. Case number 29929, application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order authorizing the use of an open receptacle to be located in the south half of Section 5, Township 145 North, Range 96 West, Jim Creek Field, Dunn County, ND, for storage of produced water to allow fracture stimulation of various wells, as an exception to the provisions of Section 43-02-03-19.3 of the NDAC and such other and further relief. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Yes, somebody. Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in case 29929 on behalf of Continental Resources, Inc. In the interest of time and in an effort to expedite the hearing process, we would request that cases 29929 and 29930 be combined and consolidated for purposes of hearing. We believe that one set of exhibits is going to be utilized for both cases, and we can greatly speed up the hearing process if those can be combined.
Is there any objection from commission staff as to combining 29929 and 29930 for the purposes of hearing? Seeing none, request is granted. So I will combine the two cases and I will read 29930 into the record now. Case number 29930, application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order authorizing the use of an open receptacle to be located in the southeast quarter of Section 5, Township 145 North, Range 96 West, Jim Creek Field, Dunn County, ND, for storage of produced water to allow fracture stimulation of various wells, as an exception to the provisions of Section 43-02-03-19.3 of the NDAC and such other and further relief.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. So what our plan is, Mr. Examiner, is that we're going to call one witness, Mr. Todd Bernard, B-E-N-A-R-D. But if there are some questions that go outside Mr. Bernard's area of expertise, we do have one individual on the phone. And Mr. Bernard, can you help me with the person's?
Mike Caroni.
Can you say it a little bit louder, please?
Caroni, Mike Caroni.
Okay.
Well Water Solutions.
And then we have another individual from Continental Resources here as well who might be able to help us with some questions. Can you help us with your name, please?
Guy Amen.
Okay, Guy. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Didn't recognize you. So with that in mind, we're ready to call Mr. Bernard.
All right, Mr. Bernard, please raise your right hand and make sure your mic's on. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Todd, state your full name for the record, please.
Gregory Todd Bernard,
And by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
In what capacity?
Completion Resource Coordinator.
And what is that exactly?
I do well site logistics, contracts for transfers, and STEM support.
Okay. And what's your educational background and work experience?
I've been working at Continental 8 years, 3 additional years in the industry, doing logistics for well sites.
Okay. And educational background?
I have a master's in petroleum management and undergraduate in mathematics.
We'd offer the further testimony of this witness, that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Okay. Todd, let's turn to the packet of exhibit that I've distributed to the commission staff. And we'd like this entire exhibit to be marked as Exhibit 1, and then we'll just go through it by page number so that the commission staff can follow along. So, Todd, let's skip the cover page, which is page 1, and let's go to page 2. And on page 2, what I'd like you to do is just identify what's contained on page 2 and why it's important to the hearing today.
Okay, on page 2, it's layout, aerial pictograph of the two pads that we're trying to work this project on. So it just shows the geographical locations of the two well sites. We have a pre-existing well site back off to the west, and we have production lines already in place.
And are the production lines the narrow yellow lines that are included partially within and partially without the that yellow circle or oval?
They would be within that oval. These are installed production lines that are already buried and in place with risers on location.
Okay. Let's go to page 3 of Exhibit 1. Can you tell us what that is?
Okay, so page 3 is just focusing in on the Michael Lucas 5 through 10 well site. It'll be the first pad that we'll be rigging up on.
And both page 2 and page 3, because they're aerial photos, they give you an idea what the topography is like in this area as well. Is that
That is
fair statement?
correct.
Okay. Let's go then to page 4, identify that exhibit and then explain the importance of it.
Okay, page 4 is just the actual well site locations with the topography and access, depicting how to get to the well site, what the local elevations are in reference to the well site.
Okay.
And
I'm sorry.
And that just leads on into 5, which is a much closer topographical map of that well pad.
And before we go to page 5, if you look at page 4 and where your well locations are, there's a feature to the north. It's labeled the Killdeer Mountains. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And would the elevation then increase as you go to the north?
As you go to the north, it's a steady increase in elevation.
Okay. All right, now let's go to 5. If there are any more detail that we need to provide the commission with respect to this exhibit in terms of elevation or other features that are important to your application.
Like I say, it's just a closer pictorial of the elevation notification or elevations of the well pad.
Once again, indicating the elevations increase as you go to the north.
Correct.
Okay. And is that a water body that's included on there? It may look like there's a dam.
That is a retention pond to the north that is actually higher elevation than both the Michael Lucas well pads.
All right, good. Now let's go to page 6. Can you tell us what that is?
So page 6 is just an actual picture of the well site location, facing to the north, just showing the topography and what the geographic area is.
All right, and page 7.
It is the same view, only now it's facing to the east. And these were provided for orientation of the well site relative to the actual area.
And that area that you have labeled as existing pipeline, that shows the pipeline as it's installed, the disturbance you had to do to the surface to put in the pipeline. Is that
That
correct?
is an existing pipeline
Okay,
disturbance.
and that'll be restored, is that correct?
Oh, yes.
Is that a Continental pipeline or someone else's pipeline?
I'd have to defer to Guy to that.
That's fine. Let's go to page 8. Tell us what that is.
Okay, again, it's just another image facing to the south from the well site location.
All right, and page 9.
It's facing to the west.
And then let's go to page 10. And
Okay.
a lot of material on page 10. Obviously, don't want you to cover it all, but discuss for us just briefly what this is, what this is a depiction of, and why it's important to the
Okay,
application.
so this is the well site plat depicting how we built out the well pad. Please note the elevation of the well site on the east and west sides, particularly on the west side, on the east side, which we brought up the elevation there to help with containment. Should there be any release of fluids on the well site, it would keep it on the pad, which would prevent any. There's one dry creek that's further off about a quarter to half mile to the east. This raises that elevation above to contain any runoff that would occur should there be an inadvertent release.
So the work that you've done on the pad to basically have on site what you have depicted on page 10 is the pad is basically flat. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go then to page 11.
Okay.
Can you tell us what that is?
Page 11 is how we plan to lay out the well site in the event that this open top container is approved. We've got the open top container in the corner of the well site away from road traffic. It's off to the corner of the pad. That reduces any risk of traffic coming against it. And it's how we would typically rig up an AST, an above ground storage tank, on a well site. This is a relatively small well site footing, so space is a consideration when we're selecting our tank size and locations, which is one of the additional reasons we're wanting to use the open top, so that we can set one tank instead of two for space considerations and fewer connections on well site.
And exiting and entering the pad, is that depicted on here anywhere?
It's the two breaks in the lines on the left and to the right.
And the red pentagons, that's the producing wells after they're drilled and completed?
Those are the actual well bores, yes.
Let's go to page 12.
Okay. And this is just the depiction, same aerial or picture from for the Michael Lucas 11 through 14 pad, full well pad.
Okay, and page 13.
It's again a topographical map of the area showing elevations and well site location.
And page 14.
It's a closer in version of the topographical map showing better imagery for the elevation changes.
So all the testimony you would have provided on that previous set of wells would be equally applicable here. You have elevation increasing as you move to the north.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go to page 15.
Okay. Again, the next four, the north, east, south, and west pictorials of the well site relative to the area.
And page 16.
That would be the eastern picture, or eastern view facing the well site.
And once again, these photos are included just to give the commission a general idea of the topography in the area.
Is for orientation.
Yep. And page 17.
That's the southern view.
All right. And page 18.
It is the western view.
All right, and then page 19, and once again, a lot of information on here. Just focus on this in terms of what's important for the application.
Again, this is the well site plat build out, showing what our elevation changes were, the dirt work that was done in order to level out the well pad and create the berms.
Okay, and page 20.
Okay. Page 20 is the pictorial representation of how we would intend to lay out the open top storage tank and our STEM equipment on the well site.
And once again, entrance and exit or ingress and egress to the well site, is that depicted on here anywhere?
The entrance and exit are both on the west side, on the brick in the line.
So quite a ways away from the proposed location of the tank.
That is correct.
All right, well, let's get into a little bit more information specifically with respect to the application. Let's go to page 21. What I'd like you to do is identify this exhibit and spend a little time walking us through this exhibit as to what it is and how this particular method will be utilized on the well sites that you've briefly discussed.
Okay. Page 21 shows a open top Poseidon tank. It is a steel wall reinforced tank. The sides are assembled on location. The liner that's placed down on this one, and these are just for illustration. This is a single liner unit, 30 mil liner, 30 mil being the PVC liner that's put inside of it. The tank there, if you look to the right, you'll see the lines, excuse me, going over the candy canes going in for the fill lines. Previously, there had been some questions on how we direct the flow down into it. This is going to come off risers. It'll be hard piped to the tank. It'll go over 90-degree bend down into the tank and then another 90-degree angle, so it goes out horizontal onto the surface instead of straight down onto the liner. The area around where the lines are ran, if you look at the picture on the left, you see the Jersey barrier set up. We proposed that we'd also use Jersey barriers as a additional physical boundary to the tank. While the tank is located in the corner, we want to make sure that we're comfortable with the Jersey barriers being there as a secondary deterrent to possible contact by a vehicle. They have light plants set up around the tank itself. We keep it well lit, and that's for monitoring the tank, the surface, the ground around it, and for safety. We routinely use these tanks in all of our basins. We have used this exact tank setup in Wyoming with a produced water completion.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about the tanks that you have depicted on page 21. They don't look like they're the same. It looks like, obviously, one has a white liner, one has sort of a reddish-brown liner. First question, are these tanks on sites that Continental operates in some other state?
These two pictures were provided by our well water solution vendor. These were not on Continental well pads. I asked the vendor to provide me current setups on some pictures, and this is what they provided, so that's what I included.
Okay, and are these two tanks identical, other than the fact that one has a white liner and one has a brown liner?
They are just different manufacturers on the liner.
Okay, and I know in North Dakota, you've never constructed an open tank, an open top tank where you've used it to hold produced water, but have you used something similar in nature to hold fresh water?
Yes, we currently use that. We have it set up on well sites today.
Okay, and the size, is it similar in what you're requesting for the commission to approve here, or was it smaller or larger?
It is. We have a 30K set up right now that has been set up for a while in support of STEM. We routinely set these up on well sites. We set them up a few days prior, pre-fill them, complete the STEM, take them down.
Okay, and did Continental Resources have any problems with respect to those tanks in terms of holding fresh water?
We have not.
Okay, and you would be utilizing a similar tank, or probably an identical tank, and you can get into the differences in a little bit here, but in terms of the tanks you've used for fresh water versus produced water, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
We will take some pretty substantial difference approaches to the liners,
Okay.
which we can get into as we go further.
Yeah, that might be better talked about as we get
Okay.
to some of the other exhibits, if that's,
Gotcha.
unless you want to talk about the differences now.
We can,
Well, go ahead. Why don't you tell us about
Okay,
what
so,
differences we're going to have on,
the well sites that we're setting up here, and our intent is to use double liners with leak detection. Typically, we set these up on a well site. We compact it, set clear, level, put a scoria base down. What we'll be doing with, or what we propose to do with these tanks, is the same prep on the well site with the addition of adding a sand bed over the scoria, because sometimes that scoria can cause some issues. So we'll allow the sand, we'll put a sand bed down, then we'll set the tank walls. That setting the tank walls after we set the sand bed down will further allow the tank bed to go down, or the tank edges to go down, so there won't be a lip underneath the edge. So once we get that set down, then we'll set down a Gore-Tex tile felt layer over the top as an additional barrier down below. We'll set the first 30 mil liner. We'll place our leak detection sensors, and then set the second 30 mil liner on top of that. So the intent behind that is to provide the double liner, the leak detection, just that added layer of protection to ensure we maintain containment of the water.
so I want to make sure I fully understand here. You're talking about laying a liner down, and then after that liner's laid down, you actually put another liner over the top. So
That
it's
is correct.
2 liners.
That is correct.
Who is the vendor that Continental Resources utilized in the past to construct these tanks when you were using them to hold fresh water?
Well Water Solutions, Select Energy Services, Rhinocore. This particular setup will be using Well Water Solutions. They did a produced water open top container for us in Wyoming. And then for the on-site water management, we'll be using Drop Water, who also did that produced water on-site management for us.
Okay. Let's go to page 22. And you may have covered some of the things in the previous exhibit, but I'll have you just kind of walk through the various things on this exhibit that demonstrate just how this operation is going to work.
This is just basically a cartoon depiction of how a typical well site is set up, where we set the tanks, where we have the manifold coming off, how we pipe that over to the pump, and how we feed into our stem system. So the purpose of this is just kind of show the way it's set up, the tanks, the piping, the pumps, the inlet, which is, if you look on the near side, it goes up and over. Candy cane is a common term that's used for it. That actually puts the water into the tank. In our application, we'll have 2 candy canes set up. We'll have one for the produced water, and we'll have one for the fresh water. Fresh water will be coming in via surface transfer, which is typically used on all our well sites. And the produced water will come hard piped off our riser from Continental's gathering system.
So spend a little time for us explaining why you bring in the fresh water first and what you use the fresh water for, and then why you switch over to produced water.
Okay, so this initial proof of concept, just to show that we can do this safely, we're going to come in with fresh water first, conduct a leak check, make sure that everything's exactly the way we want it. We don't have any detected leaks. Prime up the pumps, check all the fittings and connections. Then as we start the stem, we'll introduce the produced water. The idea behind that is we will have identified any potential problem before we introduce produced water into the tank. Once we introduce produced water into the tank, be it 1 ounce or 10,000 barrels, the whole tank will be handled as produced water. We'll have signage on the tank facing the road, facing the outside area, indicating that it is produced water. So any water in that tank, once it is introduced, produced water, it will all be treated as produced water from that point forward. We'll complete our stem operations. The idea behind having the produced water going into the tank, it does a few things for us. It comes in fairly warm. It provides heat, which is important in North Dakota. It allows us to, by using the open top, allows us to blend on the fly. So instead of batch filling, which is what we would do previously, fill up a tank, shut it off, pump it down, so that we maintain just batch fills in actual contained tanks. This allows us to open it up, flow it, which is easier on the gathering system, so we're not continuously open and closing. It just gives a continual draw off the gathering system so that we can maximize the reuse of that produced water, which has been a primary focus for Continental for a couple of years now, is to increase our use in this particular basin of produced water, reducing the amount of fresh water that we're drawing from the local area and eliminating or reducing the amount of water that we're having to send to disposals. So once we'll get towards the end of the stem, we'll secure the produced water line going into it. We will finish up the last few stages using just fresh water. We'll drop a layer of the tank or level the tank as we go down, finishing up the last few stages. The remaining of the water will be treated as produced water. It will either be reversed back into the system or taken out via vac trucks and taken to disposal.
Let's talk a little bit about your depiction on the left side of this page. Towards the bottom, it says riser and produced water. The commission has had some applications before it previously where the operator was using trucks to bring in the produced water. Can you explain how this system is a little bit different? And I know you'll probably go into more detail when you go to some of these other exhibits, but let's start with this one.
The whole idea of using the only pads we're targeting to do this on are pads that have produced water risers on location. That'll reduce the number of trucks down the roads. It also further reduces traffic on the well site so that we're not, pumping in or bringing in trucks to haul produced water off other well pads. Disposal of produced water within the basin by reusing it. It takes the load off the disposal systems, which allows further production on wells as well. But by using the risers, we reduce road traffic on the disposals that are having to haul it to alternate disposals off the gathering system, as well as on the well site. When we use, especially in the winter operations, we have to bring in brine water to flush out systems, keep everything from freezing up in between stages. By having this on location, we have the ability to draw up those risers during operations, further reducing additional truck traffic on the roads and on the well site.
And do you also reduce the risk of causing damage to the tank if you don't have trucks going in and out of the location?
Absolutely. Anytime we can reduce the number of trucks on and off the well site, we take that step. By not having the produced water haulers backing up, and, water haulers in North Dakota sometimes produce challenges on well sites, especially when you have, bad weather conditions on the ground. We always use backers, but by not having anybody backing up towards these tanks, we remove that additional risk from the well site.
And before we go on to the next exhibit, which is going to show some of the equipment on the site in a much larger scale, I'd like you to very briefly go through what the sump is for, what the containment is for, the pump, and then the blender, just very, very briefly.
Okay, so we use bottom sumps on these, and, as we get further into the package here, you'll see the bottom sump layout. The idea behind the bottom sumps is it's a double corrugated metal flange that is placed in between. It pinches or makes a seal on the liner, and then the center's moved out so that we have a solid ring into a manifold underneath the tank. That protects it from any, lines or side applications on the tank. So that's the purpose of using that. It also ties into the leak detection for location of the actual leak. It has a monitor and its conductivity, so that if you do get a leak, it'll kind of give us an idea of where the leak is, located, because each sensor has its own unique signature. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I did. What about the blender? What does that do?
Okay, the blender is just part of our frac equipment or our completion equipment. The blender is where the fluid goes in, gets mixed with other material before it goes down well.
And then one other question. You indicated leak detection. You're going to talk about that in more detail as we go through the exhibits. And when you talked about leak, you don't necessarily anticipate there's going to be a leak, but you're going to have leak detection that in the unlikely event there is one, you're going to find out about it quickly.
Absolutely. The whole idea of adding the additional step of putting the leak detection is to early notification of any potential problem. So that in the event that does occur, we get notified quickly and we can address the situation.
Okay, let's go to page 23, and as I indicated when you were discussing the previous exhibit, these following exhibits give everything in a little bit larger scale, so it might be useful for you to describe what's contained on page 23, and then what the piece of equipment is called and what it accomplishes on the site.
Okay, so page 23 is just the installation of the bottom sump. It's when we're prepping up the well site or the pad site for the open top storage tank. The trench is dug out, the manifold itself is placed, leveled out before we do the installation of the actual tank and tank liners.
Okay.
And the idea behind that is, again, you limit the number of penetrations going to the tank, and this is protected on the base of the tank itself. So once you set the tank, the placement of the liner and the rest of it further goes to keep it in place, and just makes it a little more solid setup.
Okay, so if I can walk through this, we go from left to right. Left shows basically a shallow trench that will be dug before you place the sump, is that right?
That is correct.
And then the next photo shows the sump, and maybe go to the last photo, that's the sump. And tell us, is part of the sump inside the tank and part of the pump or excuse me, part of the sump outside the tank? Can you explain that to us?
The next picture does a better,
Oh, okay,
better
all
job
right,
of
great.
that.
Thank you.
So if you look on 24 on the far left, where the blue line is outlined, that's where the tank wall sections will be placed. So you can kind of see how much of that is actually underneath the tank. And then, are there any questions as far as the physical location or how the flange is placed over the liners and in order to make that connection to the sump? The middle picture there is a good depiction of once the liner's placed, the metal flange goes back over, it is sealed and bolted down into place, and then that makes the contact between the liner itself and the manifold.
And where the sump is located now, would that have two liners below
It'll
it
have
then?
two liners
Okay.
in that seal.
All right, let's go to page 25, which is a narrative, I believe, of some of the preparation that you're going to do on the site. Can you walk us through that,
Okay.
please?
So again, once we identify where we're gonna place the tank, further preparations are made on the well site itself, to make sure we have good compaction, nice level surface. Like I stated before, we're gonna put down a sand bed before we place the tank on these, as a further step of protection against any potential scoria, sharp edges. Once we get that layer of sand down, we'll place the side walls. The Geotex 10-ounce liner will be placed, which is a felt, just for an additional protection between the liner, the sand, and the base material. The base liner is placed, which is a 30 mil PVC wall. The liner, once it's placed down and set out, we'll place the sensors, be it the level, the leak detection, and then place the second layer on top of that, and bolt it up, and then start our pre-fill.
Okay, and
Are there any questions on the installation?
they'll ask questions at the end
Oh, I'm
of your
sorry.
testimony. No, you're fine, you're fine. So let's go to page 25.
No.
I think we finished 20. Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
Okay.
I tried to turn a page and I didn't get it done, so sorry about that. 26, leak detection.
Okay, so when we're out on well site, these tanks are manned 24/7. As I said, they are lit. We have a person assigned on every shift that's their sole function is to monitor the tank levels, monitor the tanks, ensure the manifolds, everything are intact and working properly. That is our on-site water management. We do pay third party as well as our own superintendents are out there. So at no time are these tanks left unattended. We have people out there during the entire operations from setup until we got them drained out. The conductivity sensors, this is what I touched on a minute ago. It basically fingerprints because each detector has a unique signature for conductivity so that if there is water detected, it can identify which sensor is going off or multiples, and that'll give you a direction or location, an advance warning, before it gets throughout the entire area. These are integrated into a SCADA system, which is monitored real time to provide alarms should a leak occur. The pump flow meter and tracking for groundwater, we're North Dakota, we get melt, rain, snow, so it can differentiate between that water and water that would come from a liner, and that water is continuously removed from the sump area also during operations, just so we don't have a buildup of fluid around the manifold.
Okay, on page 27.
Should a spill situation occur where we have a tank leaking, superintendent would notify environmental, who would take his notification steps past that. We'd isolate the source of the affected area, immediately get a pump vac or vac truck out there, which we will have out there during this entire operation in the area immediately available. We'll use dikes, dams, or any other method necessary to contain it should we have a event that it's not contained. We will have pumps on location to pump back into the tank. If we have identified a leak, we can cease water going into it. We have a couple steps for getting that water out of there rapidly. The primary would probably be opening up the wellhead and sending the water down whole. That is the most rapid method of lowering that water. The other option that would be in place is reversing the pump going into the gathering system and pumping the fluid out as well.
So Todd, I believe in our discussions that we had in preparation for this hearing, you were telling me that there are some advantages other than what you have already described in terms of piping the produced water into this tank rather than trucking it in. And I believe you said something to the effect that you don't have to have as much water in the tank at the time as if you trucked it. Do you recall that discussion?
That is correct.
Okay, can you explain why that is?
So if we're able to draw it off our gathering system, we can have a steady flow going into it. If there's an issue on a single well, and there's multiple wells that we're stemming, zipper operations, and we have a delay, we can throttle back the fresh water and keep the produced water going, or we can shut off either or both, as opposed to turning trucks on and off of the well site. This allows us to continue to use the produced water on location, which is our primary goal is to reuse as much produced water as we can to offset the use of fresh water.
Okay. And then just very briefly, tell us what's contained in Appendix A. I don't need you to go through it,
Okay.
but why don't you just tell us what it is?
The appendix, and again, I wasn't sure about the target audience here, this is just a schematic representation of how the sensors go to the logic circuit that allows us to identify which sensor is actually going off at the time, which allows us to identify, each of the placement of each of the sensors is annotated when it was set up. That gives us the ability to say, okay, it's in this corner, that corner, or if it's progressing throughout the system. This also provides level in the tanks, which is real-time monitoring as well.
And Todd, you're aware that this commission, in previous applications and hearings, has approved open-top tanks for the storage of produced water for stimulation efforts, but those tanks were double-walled. Are you aware of that?
I am.
Okay. And can you provide us with your opinion as to why you believe these single-wall tanks are just as effective and just as safe as the double-wall tanks that the commission has approved previously?
I can. In working with our tank providers and looking at best practices that are used in other basins as well, the improvements in the tank leak detection, real-time monitoring, and the liners themselves provide a better, more reliable storage of the produced water. The tank and tank system, where you have the tank set with a liner and then you set another tank on the outside with an additional liner on the outside. The problem that we run into with that is if there's not water on that outside tank, because you wouldn't want water for your second tank, those liners, especially if you have foot traffic climbing over or in between them, the idea behind the protection is kind of lost in that liner integrity does not hold up very well if it doesn't have water on top of it. So, especially with wind, snow, ice, and Mike's on the phone here, he can talk to it as well, but in discussions with them and their other applications that they have used it, this has come back as their recommendation is the best and safest way in order to hold produced water reliably on location.
And even though the commission has never approved this design of open-top tanks for produced water, Continental Resources has been using it in North Dakota for fresh water. Is that
We have been.
And you have not had any problems? Is that
We
correct?
have not. We haven't used the double line tanks yet, just because there wasn't a need to.
Right.
But we're taking this step just to show that, we're going to take every step we can to ensure the integrity of the tank and to, ensure the commission that we are doing the steps necessary to keep the water in the tank.
Mr. Examiner, I believe that's all the questions I have. I would offer Exhibit 1, which would include Appendix A.
Exhibit is admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Todd, on page 10, I just want to clarify your pad construction. It's noted on there that it says construct ditch / berm, and then it indicates that 2-foot high berm detail. Is that the intent to have the berm entirely around location at 2-foot high as well as a ditch?
I would,
Is that something you can answer? Do you want to
Yeah.
ask
yeah.
all your questions, and then we'll come back and get Guy sworn in and go from there?
Absolutely, and some of these
Okay.
others might be the same, so just
Sure.
let me know. Page 11, it appears in your entrance on the right-hand side of the page, I'll say, that there is a gray line or solid line that goes across there. Is that a drive over of one of the saltwater lines, or what exactly is that?
that line, would be a buried line with a drive over.
Okay. How long are these proposed to be on location, the tank itself?
We're averaging about 4.5 to 6 days per well. So, 30, 45 days on the 6-well pad, and less on the 4-well pad.
So once completion operations are done, the tanks are deconstructed and removed entirely?
They are deconstructed and the, liners are sent to disposal.
Okay. On your blender and your pump, I'm trying to find the page there.
22?
Page 22, yes, thank you.
I'm sorry, what page?
22.
Okay, thank you.
Does Continental propose to have any diking around the pump and or blender, or is that standard operation and completion?
We have our normal containments around that area, which are the base low wall containments.
Okay. And you indicated you are using the produced water system for these tanks in Wyoming, and you, just to clarify, you have not had any known leaks on that
That is correct.
to date? Is there any way to detect a leak at the bottom liner should it actually get through to the, from the primary liner to the secondary?
Let me understand your question. Is there leak detection underneath the first?
Correct, well, correct, yes, essentially that the tank's leaking.
That would, if the tank is leaking itself, the liner, it would go in between the first and the second. And that's where the detectors are.
Okay, so it is noted in between there.
Yes.
But there's nothing that would note that it's actually getting to the sand barrier under that.
That is correct. Ideally, you would have the first, it has to get through the first liner before it can get to the second. And we would drop the level, empty the tank, and resolve the issue before that would occur.
And then you had talked about the response in case there is a spill, and I just, again, want to clarify. You stated it's connected to your SCADA system. Are those pumps all automated to be able to shut down, or is that all done by staff that's on
It will
location?
be staff on location. And the reason being, SCADA's fairly reliable, but having a person identified and responsible for maintaining that, we feel is a higher level of protection.
Okay, thank you.
Todd, on exhibit, or page number 7. I assume that break in the line is where you had to, did you bore under the creek there?
I'll defer that answer to Guy.
Okay. And this, each site's gonna have a 2-foot berm around it, is that correct?
Is that a Guy? I think that's a,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Is the pipeline system in operation right now that you're showing on your various photographs?
There would be some produced water that is part of that pipeline system.
And it's in operation right now?
I believe so. I don't have a 100% answer on that, but I believe there is.
Do you know how many, just in general, or rough numbers, how many trucks this would eliminate?
If we were to use equivalent amount of water, we're hoping 20 barrels a minute is what we're hoping to draw off the gathering system as a minimum. So for 20 barrels a minute, you got a truck at 100 barrels or to 120 barrels tops. So every 6 minutes is equivalent to one truck not moving.
Do you know how thick the, the sand pad is that you're gonna put down?
I don't have an answer for you there. I can get that answer.
Guy will be able to answer
I
that
have
for you.
Mike on.
Oh, and Mike.
Yeah.
And on page 25 and 26, the last bullet item on 25 is there's a sump monitor sensor installed for leak detection. So, I guess is there a monitor inside the sump?
I'll let Mike get into the further details of that, but the sump is a low point in the area. So any water that would come out is going to gather down into that area. There is a sump sensor that senses the water coming through the sump, and the conductivity between that and one of the other detectors is what allows to identify which detector is going off. Because there should be no conductivity between the sensors and the water flowing through the sump unless there's a flow path.
Okay, thank you.
Todd, I had a couple that I missed. Is there any form of a cover over top of these tanks to prevent any wildlife by sheer chance that?
There is not, but if that's something the commission would like, I can put a lid on these. They're readily available, and we do use lids.
Are you looking for a lid, David, or are you thinking maybe netting?
I would think that probably just some form of isolation to keep, waterfowl or any other, I guess, animal that could just freely go into there.
Okay.
That might be something, I guess, to look at and see.
It was discussed internally. Given the nature of the operations, we have not really had a lot of wildlife want to land on our tanks. But again, we'll address any concern the commission has, and if that's something you would like to see, that's something we can definitely do.
Internally, is there a volume of fluid on the leak detection? I don't know, trying to think how to word it, but essentially that hits a concern level for Continental. I mean, if the leak detection sensors report any fluid being lost, is it an immediate react to, or is there a certain volume that's
it's
tolerable?
Immediate reaction. We treat, like I said, as soon as we introduce produced water into that tank, we treat it all as produced water. And our response to any produced water not being where we want it is immediate response.
Okay, thank you.
Todd, looking at your exhibit, or page 11, I guess, just confirming the blue line is freshwater line, the, call it a yellowish mustard line would be saltwater line.
I believe that is correct. Let me look at it.
And I think David already touched base, the gray portion of the line is what's buried.
That is correct.
Where that is buried, is there gonna be any monitoring or leak detection on that pipeline where it's going under the crossing?
We had not planned on that. That's something we can take a look at. It's going to be a drive over type situation. It's not going to be the manifold, style. This is basically, it's hard pipe. So that's something we can take a look at and consider.
Has Continental considered putting liners under a larger portion of under the pad itself as a larger portion of containment.
So I understand your question, talking like underneath all the STEM equipment?
Just a larger liner underneath the area where the tank and the pipelines would be run.
We had not considered that. Part of the concern with that is snow, melt. If it's a liner that contains fluid, that causes additional hazards on the well site for people and equipment. If it's, you get your natural drainage, on the well site for snow melt and rain. If we were to put a large area of containment, there would be some safety concerns on that. So in answer to your question, no, that had not been considered. It had been discussed, but it's not something we're considering on this proposed project.
Okay. With respect to the location of the sump, it doesn't sound like it's planned to have leak detection on the outside of the sump at this point. Would it be possible to install something while the sump is installed that would detect if fluid got?
The sump lower portion, because it is built down, that is the low point of this setup. We do monitor fluid in there, and we have pumps set up to remove any groundwater, anything as it accumulates in the area, and that's just pumped into the tank.
But is that in the, so I'm looking at page 24.
Okay.
So as you install this sump here, the area I'm interested in is basically on the outside of the yellow box, right?
Right.
So is that what you're referring
Where
to?
the flange area is?
Nope.
Or you talking underneath the tank?
Image on the left,
Okay.
between where your flange would ultimately be installed, on the left end of that, and back to where the portion of the equipment is outside of the tankage.
Okay.
Where that interfaces with the ground.
Okay. As far as the area that's outside that blue line where the flanges are, that's the sump area basin that I'm talking about that we do monitor for any collection of fluids. As far as what's underneath there, the only detection there is the leak detection in the system.
And that would be between the two liners, not
Correct,
underneath.
not underneath that.
Okay,
That
would
is
it be-
correct.
Would it be possible to install something underneath?
I do not have an answer for that. I can definitely ask my tank manufacturer if that's something they're capable of or is possible.
Okay. With respect to the, again, on page 24 there, the flange, is this routinely done, or is it set up to be done with a two-liner system like you're proposing here? Does that seal properly when you got two liners in place?
It does. It's a friction flange. It's bolted up and a gasket type seal.
I guess there's been some discussion about snow and ice in some cases, but are you intending to use this kind of set on this location, right? Are you intending to use it all seasonal? Is this going to be a winter operation, summer operation? Do you know?
If we're going to use produced water, this will be the setup we're going to use. We dropped the other pads off this just so we could focus on these and show proof of concept and that we can do this safely and, with some reliability back to the commission. That's why we focused in on these two pads. Show us how we plan on doing it, demonstrate that we can do it well, and then, we'll propose on other pads. But no, we would use this ideally throughout our system on locations that have produced water risers that are capable of delivering on well site.
So feasibly down the road, you might be proposing this in
Yes.
all-season type operation?
Yes.
The current plan for the stimulations being proposed right here, is that going to be summer operations, winter operations? Or?
That, we would like to start this very early. It would still be considered winter operations. Early to mid-April.
Okay, thank you.
I guess I have two more questions. I can only think of one right now. So based on the last statement, I assume you're probably requesting an expedited order in this?
Yes, sir.
And That's it for now.
Thank you.
I also forgot one. The schematic, on the very back page, you're kind of indicating how one of those might be placed, how one of those leak detection switches might be placed between the liners. Are they purely installed around the edge of the tanks, or are there sensors laid out between the two liners around the bottom?
I would need to defer. I've looked at several different versions of this with different manufacturers. So in order to answer your question accurately, I would need Mike to answer that. He's the one that we've selected for this project, and it would be his sensors.
Regardless of the answer to that, would it be possible to provide a schematic that would identify where the leak detection sensors would be located?
Yes, we could do that.
Around and
Yes.
within the pad?
Yes.
Thank you.
Todd, I do have a few questions on Exhibit 11. In the upper right-hand corner, you have the the produced water riser, and then, of course, your line from it. Do you plan to pressure test that line prior to using it?
Absolutely.
And I'm wondering, did you want to add something else?
No.
Oh. I'm wondering why you only have a 10,000 barrel tank when you have 6 wells, but on the pad that you have 4 wells, you have, I believe it was a 30,000 tank.
It's strictly a space consideration. The 6 wellheads there where they're located, and we've gotten smaller and smaller and smaller on these well sites, just to minimize the environmental impact of the pads themselves. So it's strictly a pad side limitation. If it was up to me as the completions coordinator, I'd have room for a 60K out there.
Then on page 21, what is the TDS of the produced water?
We ran got with our chemical folks and had them give me an average for Dunn County area, and TDS is about 308,000 TDS for over the last 31 days. And that's a cumulative average of all our gathering systems locations.
And you're talking about 2 30-mil liners to use here. What do you use on your freshwater well tanks?
Just a single 30-mil liner.
Okay. Same thickness though?
Mm-hmm.
You talked about how the flowage would come into the tanks. We've had issues in the past with this, rupturing that liner on the bottom. You said that it will come in horizontal. You could still have quite a rate onto that liner. Is there anything that fans it out, or what's at the end of it?
It has a little flex nozzle at the end of it, so as it comes down, it's basically comes out horizontal across the bottom. And again, and we've shifted over because originally the candy canes were just vertical down. And like you said, there had been some issues with that causing some liner damage. So the 90-90 offset to send it horizontal across the liner was the solution to that.
How far above the bottom of that liner is it? Is it right on the liner, or is
No, it's held up above the liner. I'd need to defer to Mike exactly how high, but I believe it's 14 inches. But I need Mike to answer that.
How long is it going to take to fill the tanks?
The 10K will probably take, our fill rate initially will be fairly slow on the freshwater side, about 20 to 30 barrels a minute. Once we get it up and full, do our pressure checks for our completion crew and our line checks. Once we get up and operating, 24 to 36 hours is pretty good thumb rule.
When you go in and fill your tanks with fresh water, how long, or what's the height in the tanks that you plan to test everything?
We generally only do about 80% max, and that's to allow plenty of freeboard so we don't get any blowover. So the maximum would be around that 80%.
And that's when you're testing with freshwater?
That's period when we're operating.
Okay, how about testing with freshwater? How high do you plan to
We
build
take
those
it up to
tanks?
about the same. We don't ever try to get up to the freeboard. And the whole idea behind that is, you know, with their gentle breezes here in North Dakota, we don't want water blowing off the top of these tanks.
I just want to talk a little bit about the, the location. A lot of times, we will require the entire location to be either lined with a synthetic liner, or you place clay down, you know, 4 to 6 inches of clay, and it's somewhat impermeable then. From what you were stating, I almost got the impression that you were indicating that you don't do that, so any fluids could soak into the ground.
Okay, let me clarify that.
Okay.
That's not my area of expertise. What I was addressing is where we're expecting to put a liner out around a impermeable liner across the large section of this. And that had not been our plan. As far as the well site buildup and all of that, Mr. Amon is way more equipped to answer those questions. So apologize if I misled you there. That was not my intent. My intent was saying that we will not be, the plan was not to put a large impermeable liner across the top of the well pad.
And I think it was page 22, you were talking about the Jersey barriers. I didn't see any location of those, and we would want a supplement to show where you're gonna place these Jersey barriers, and, you know, especially in conjunction with where the roads are coming in and out, where the traffic's going to be. One of the purposes of the Jersey barriers in the past has not only been to prevent a truck from backing into it, or a vehicle, but if there was a catastrophic leak, to slow down some of it somewhat.
Right.
In conjunction with Jersey barriers and dirt equipment, you could maybe slow it down or stop it. I mean, it could be helpful.
Okay.
So, you know, take that into consideration, and, you know, when you're giving us this outline in the supplement. And what we're gonna do is, if we do allow this, we would have an inspector on location that's gonna have to look at this and see if it's up to speed on what you were proposing. So make sure that what you propose is something that you're willing to do. So-
Our intent is to make the commission comfortable with what we're doing, that we're meeting all the safety requirements, and that we're gonna demonstrate our ability to do this properly.
If you do have to empty your tanks, you said that you could rapidly empty them. I didn't really understand what you meant by that. How would you said open the well bores and let her go.
So
what would you do?
I discussed that with our completion manager as part of our emergency response to empty these tanks out. We will be rigged up to well bores. So with our completion equipment, we're able to move 60 to 90 barrels of water pretty quick, a minute. So at that rate, you know, assuming you were at 80% on this 10K tank, you could drop it down less than an hour and a half. Because again, would shut off the influent coming into it, and we could start dropping that down using that method.
So the 60 to 90 barrels a minute would be tied to all the well bores, and you would just start pumping away as?
Probably would only use one well bore to do that, and we just pump it down into formation. And again, these are emergency steps to, if we were to have a catastrophic leak on a tank. There's lots of other methods we can use to, you know, if we can identify where the leak is, or, you know, there's other things we can do, be it dropping sandbags over the affected area. But the big part is we would stop the water going into the tank, and we drop the tank down level. We can also use vac trucks, which is a much slower method, but we would employ every method available to us to get the water out of the tank to stop any release.
Do you plan on having any block valves on any of your produced water lines coming from the riser?
Block valves.
Anything to stop the flow where you could shut it in?
Yes, sir. We'll have isolation valves at the riser.
One of the requirements in the past also was, prior to filling the tankage, that they put down sandbags on the liner, especially if it's windy, it's gonna start flopping and stuff. Do you intend to have any type of isolation to keep that liner in place from moving around?
That's how we standardly set them up. I mean, the sandbag placement is to hold the liner in place against the walls as we start to fill.
Okay. Did you consider any safety bands around the tanks themselves? 3 bands have been used in the past to just assure that the tanks, you know, that are bolted together have just a little more stability in them.
We did not take that into consideration. I'm not aware of an instance that we've had these bolted tanks not, or had a failure due to a bolt situation. We've got Mike on the phone, we can ask him if he's experienced that, but that's not something we had initially taken into consideration.
Well, in 2013, which is 10 years ago, we did have failures back then.
Okay.
And it was something that was suggested and utilized in our orders, but,
Okay,
so we would want you to address that.
okay.
The double-lined system requiring a tank outside the original tank was something that really did sell the commission on this. And when you don't have another means of isolation rather than just the perimeter berm on the outside, it could be a difficult thing to accept for the commission. If the commission were to only allow this with 2 tanks, one inside the other, would that be a deal killer?
For this particular project, probably, just because of the space consideration on the pads. And again, our pad selection is based on geographic location, topography, riser, and produced water capability on the pads. So for these particular pads, it would probably not be something we could utilize. So in that instance, for space considerations, I'm not sure that we'd be able to do that.
If there was, and you could talk, I guess your next witness is gonna talk about the perimeter berm, but if fluid were to get off a location between these 2 pads is a dry creek, which isn't very far away. And I just wonder how we're gonna protect that from taking all the fluid that's gonna be going down if something were to happen.
Again, ideally, if we have a leak, we'd identify it quickly. We'd isolate it. We have the vac truck standing by on location. As far as a catastrophic tank failure, where a Walter collapse, and you have a release of the full volume, the methods that we would use there would be, to build berms and, reclimate, the dirt around it, anything that, might get off the well pad.
Are these tanks gonna be constructed in fill, or is it in cut? I didn't look at your diagrams.
I'll let the next witness address that.
Yeah, thank you.
I guess one last thing before your next witness jumps on maybe. it's probably not your area of expertise, but would you be able, or would Continental be able to provide an exhibit identifying any water resources, groundwater resources in and around the area? Something that would identify the location of the dry creek, if there's any aquifers in the area, anything like that?
We can.
Okay, thank you.
I did remember my other question, so on page 11 and 20, the produced water line you're showing, is that, when it comes off the riser, is that above ground then?
It is.
And on exhibit 11, there will be some type of a drive over to protect that line.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none, I guess, I don't know which order you
Yeah,
want to.
we'll call Guy Amon.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Guy, state your full name for the record, please,
Guy Walton Aman,
and spell your last name.
A-M-A-N,
By whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
What capacity?
Construction Superintendent.
Could you briefly highlight for the examiner, the commission staff, your educational background and work experience?
I've got a bachelor's degree in construction management. I've been employed by Continental Resources for 12 years this September.
And just very briefly, describe what your responsibilities are as a construction manager.
I am responsible for Continental civil construction work, essentially from stakes in the ground to ready for a drilling rig.
And are you, or have you been involved in the construction of tanks that we've talked about, or that Todd talked about in terms of freshwater?
Not the tanks, but the well pad.
Yep.
I've built some bases for tanks, but not the actual tank.
Okay, I didn't phrase my question very clearly, so that's all the questions I have. Would offer his testimony as that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert. We will move to the commission for questions.
Guy, I'm just gonna ask the similar question I asked to Todd. On page 10, it indicates that there's a 2-foot high berm. First part, is that around the entire location is the intent of Continental?
Yes, that's correct.
And then on your access spots coming on and off, is that maintained across that, or does that dip down or change in any way?
It's much more gradual, but the elevation remains constant.
Okay. And then is there a ditch that is also built on the inside and or outside of that berm?
Yeah, a 2-foot berm with roughly a 2-foot ditch, so 4 feet from the bottom of the ditch to the top of the berm.
Is there any spots within that ditching that Continental plans to have a low spot with a riprap or drain off purposes, or is this solid all the way around?
There is a outlet drain installed at the catch point, which is where the fill meets the drain. Or fill meets the cut. It's a piece of 10-inch fusion bond with a butterfly valve.
And has Continental calculated the height of the ditch, or excuse me, the depth of the ditch and the height of the berm to be sufficient in case of the tank having a complete failure?
It's a 300,000 square foot well pad. Containment on the pad would be in excess of 100,000 barrels.
Thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff?
Getting to that last question, are the two pads that similar, that this 100,000 barrel containment is the right number for both pads? Or are they?
One is larger than the other. The 5 to 10 is larger than the other well pad. The second one, I believe, is in excess of 70,000 barrels.
Okay, so the smaller pad would be about
Smaller
70,000
pad, we have the
barrels.
facility on one, but not on the other.
And but that smaller pad would be 70,000 barrels instead of 100?
Yes, roughly speaking.
Guy, we had asked about the sand below or just above the scoria base. How thick is that sand going to be, that layer?
3 to 4 inches. It's essentially a screed that eliminates any kind of sharp edges in the scoria and just levels the overall base of the tank.
And can you tell us a little more about the location itself, if there's any impermeable clay or any liner that is run across the entire location itself?
No synthetic liner. The material was pretty fat when we built the pad, heavy clay, typical to the Kildare area in Dunn County.
So what type of soil is it, the surface? You said that it contains a lot of clay. What?
Yeah, it's a fairly heavy clay. We'd call that a fat clay.
Do you have any idea of the thickness of that?
No, I don't.
And this is not clay that you brought in, but it's
In
just...
situ.
I'm sorry?
It was in place, in situ.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So just confirming then both pads have been constructed at this point?
That's correct. They've both been drilled.
And if, say, the commission were to require a liner of sorts, you'd have to re-engineer the pad a little bit to take the scoria off, lay a pad, or sorry, lay a liner, reinstall.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from staff?
I think
Seeing
there
none?
were some questions that you thought Mike could answer, so I could call.
Yeah. He's still on the phone.
Yeah, Mike, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to swear you in here. Do you,
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Mike, state your full name for the record, please.
My name is George Michael Peroni,
And by whom are you employed?
Well Water Solutions and Rental.
In what capacity?
Right now, I'm operating as CFO. In the past, I've been the operations manager.
Okay. Can you tell the commission just briefly your educational background and work experience?
I have completed high school with some in college, no formal degree. I've trained under a couple of CPAs. I've been working at Well Water Solutions and Rental since the founding in 2011, setting our first tank in Colorado, and I've been with the company since the inception.
Okay. No further questions.
Do you want to offer him as an expert or?
No.
All right, any questions from commission staff?
Mike, this is Bruce Hicks. Have you been utilizing your open receptacles in North Dakota?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, and what size have been utilized?
Oh, we've ranged from 6,000 barrels all the way to 81,000 barrels.
And how long you been in North Dakota?
In 2012.
Approximately how many tanks has been utilized since that time?
3,800. I actually did that count the other day.
And out of those, how many failures have you had where you had any leakage at all?
I mean, zero from our tank itself. We've had issues where, you have say a hot oiler truck throwing a hose over the top, and we've mitigated that with the use of our undermount pump system that Todd was in reference to. But yeah, generally no failures as far as anything else though.
Back in 2013, there were a number of tanks. I kind of recall the Poseidon tanks, as they were called, had several failures. Are you aware of any failures back in that time?
I heard of some, and I guess the test of what I know about that is during that time frame when we first came up, we've been in there a couple of years and everything, a lot of mom and pop places were making their own tanks, and their designs were not formally approved or tested, I don't think, to the knowledge we've tested our tanks to.
And can you give us any insight on why your tankage would not require any type of banding around it on the outer side of it to just give it a little more strength?
We've ran, or we've had, and actually I should have attached that we have a safety specs ran by a physical or structural engineer that actually did testing because it's a A36 milled steel tank plate, or steel, A36 milled steel constructed with like 4x2 rectangular tubing with a 1-inch pin plate. So we don't have a bolt together plate. We have a pin
a pin system. There's no bolts required. And it's, I mean, I guess I can't really speak, but the safety factor of a 40,000 barrel tank is a 3.14 when all you're really needing is a 1 to hold water.
Okay. Do you have spec sheets on your system and any safety mechanisms that you're touting?
Yes, I can. I can provide that. Yes, with the testing from the structural engineers, and then actually I could try send over the whole. We had provided this to Colorado one time. The whole the design of our tanks. If we need to go that far as like exactly how they're constructed and everything like that, like the blueprints. If that's what you're looking for.
Well, any information that you would have to show the safety of your system would be appreciated.
Yeah, no, I'm more than happy to, and I'm sorry I did not make it up there. I had a little bit of issues, I had a little bit of weather, and I got turned around, so I haven't even made it to North Dakota yet. And how should I share that information? Should I email that to Todd to share with you, or?
Yeah, Mike, I think that's the way to do it, is send it to Todd and I and Guy will work together so that I can get it to the commission.
Yes, and I apologize for not having some of this stuff in order before. I thought that we already had some of that stuff on file with the commission up there.
Okay, that's fine, thanks.
And Mike, where you've operated in other states, have you used any type of produced water systems that contain 200 to 300,000 TDS produced water?
I believe we have, but I can't be. That's more on the structural side where we've actually tested that. The weight of the produced water, I don't have that in front of me right now, but I can provide that.
Are you aware of any requirements of double tanks to provide additional safety in other states?
Yes, one state currently still does it. That's 110% containment. I do not like it. I mean, it is not a system I think that should be counted on. It does provide a purpose, but it is more, because there's a thing we use in the tank business called liner management. In order to protect the liner from the elements, you need to be full of water. That's the way I could describe it. So double tank kind of go away from that feature unless you're putting a sand mode or something in there, and I don't think that's the way to go. I have other options as far as containment, I guess I could speak to. I heard you guys talking about like a Jersey barrier or putting another liner down to protect the pad. You'd like to talk about that?
Well, any suggestions or additional features that you might have that come with your tankage could be useful.
Yeah. We generally just do, like what Todd said, as far as just a double line tank with a leak detection in between, and we have had no issues on that. But there are other companies that do have us put down a liner on the pad first. Generally, it wouldn't be the size of the whole pad, because if there's something that happens, you're not going to get a full leak or the full like failure or anything. That doesn't happen like that. If something happens with the liner, it'll be able to catch it into like a 2 or 3 foot Jersey barrier. We put about 10 to 15 feet around the tank if there is that room available. That is an option.
And what is which state was it that required the double liner or double tanks?
Pennsylvania still does, or no, it's West Virginia still does double tank. Ohio, Wyoming, Texas, New Mexico, all just double line.
Okay, thank you.
Mike, I had asked for an exhibit along these lines, but if you would verbally address it to some extent now, the leak detection system that is proposed, are those detectors just around the outside of the tank between the two liners, or are they located placement throughout the base of the tank between the two liners?
Generally, we could put it up as many as you need to, but we would go right at the viewing platform near the staircase down there, because that's where we would detect the lowest point of the tank, detect water first.
but we can put as many up as you'd like it to have, actually.
But I guess my question is, are they just installed around the outer edge between the two liners, or are they throughout the base of the tank between?
They're the outer edge. They go between the two liners all the way to the bottom. There's a tube that's there, so there's a switch in there that detects any sort of water hitting it. It'll send a switch. The sensor will pop, and it'll send an alert to the SCADA core system.
Okay, so in this case, then it'd be Continental's proposing 20 sensors. They'd be installed around the rim of the tank between the two liners.
Correct.
Okay. And I asked the question earlier, would it be possible to install a sensor outside of the sump below so this sensor would be below both liners at the sump location to detect if there was any leakage at that low spot?
I listened to that earlier. If we went with the extra liner underneath for the Jersey barrier, I suppose you could put one there, so you know if something hit that other liner on the outside of the tank, you can put one there, but I don't know as far as putting one on the ground, what sort of good that would do.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions from commission staff?
Guy, there was a question asked about exhibits.
Mike is.
Guy, there was on exhibit 7 or page 7, showing the existing pipeline, and it appears that maybe it was bored under the creek there. Can you comment on that?
That's a midstream pipeline. It either belongs to Bridger or One Oak. I don't recall specifically now, but it does appear up in board.
And on a number of these, there was an existing pipeline that was shown. Is it all gas lines or any of these produced water lines?
That particular right-of-way is either gas or oil. I don't recall which. Our produced water line is on the north side of the well pads.
Okay, and that was done several years ago, is that right?
Our produced water line,
Yeah.
or no? It was last season.
Okay.
It's just this photo was taken last winter prior to surveying the well pad, so line wasn't in at that time.
And the produced water lines that go adjacent to these locations, is that the endpoint, or do they continue on?
That's a part of the gathering system. It's roughly midpoint in the system.
Okay, so but it doesn't continue on past for other locations, or are they just drop lines for every one of these sites?
There's a main line that passes the well pad with a lateral
Okay.
into the well side.
Okay, thank you.
I guess I'd like to ask Todd a question. So on all these aerial photos you gave us with the existing pipeline noted, is that the produced water pipeline, or is that the other infrastructure?
That's the other infrastructure. The reason I annotated on when we initially did a walkthrough on this, I was asked the question, what is that? I told them that was an existing pipeline right away going through there, and I was told to label it so
Sure.
you would know what it was.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from commission staff?
I think it's Mike. This is Lynn Helms. Do you have any photographs of the Jersey barrier system and the double liner that you talked about? Do you have any information that you could provide that would illustrate that for us?
I can get that information. I believe we have a couple set up in tech that shows that exact system. I just it was kind of I wasn't able to get a hold of my guy at the time.
Yeah, I'd like to have that, please.
Yeah, no problem. I'll work on getting that today.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none, Mr. Bender, there are quite a few supplements, it seems.
Yeah, Continental Resources is obviously anxious to get an order in this, but I what I would suggest is we say April 4th to submit all the documents, but certainly if we can get the documents together more quickly, which I suspect we will, we'll have them to you sooner. And after we've submitted everything, we'll indicate that the record can be closed. But we just say April 4th with the understanding that we'll probably be requesting that it close earlier.
Then the record for now will remain open until April 4th, 2023 for supplement. Is there anything further in this matter, Mr. Bender?
Nothing further.
And that will conclude the hearing in case number 29930 and 29929. Moving on. Case number 29931, application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order authorizing the use of an open receptacle to be located in the northwest quarter of Section 16, Township 155 North, Range 96 West, Dollar Joe Field and Beaver Lodge Field, Williams County, ND, for storage of produced water to allow fracture stimulation of various wells as an exception to the provisions of Section 430203 19.3 of the NDAC and such other and further relief. This case is dismissed. Case number 29932, application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order authorizing the use of an open receptacle to be located in the northeast quarter of the northwest quarter of Section 28, Township 155 North, Range 96 West, West Kappa Field, Williams County, ND, for storage of produced water to allow fracture stimulation of various wells, as an exception to the provisions of Section 430203 19.3 of the NDAC and such other and further relief. This case is dismissed. And case number 29949, application of Enerplus Resources USA Corporation for an order authorizing a setback variance of 50 feet from the tank batteries for 2 backup diesel generators to generate power for communication equipment for oil and gas wells drilled and completed or to be drilled and completed in the southeast quarter of Section 36, Township 149 North, Range 95 West, the southwest quarter of Section 31, Township 149 North, Range 34 West, and the northeast quarter of Section 29, Township 149 North, Range 93 West, Eagle Nest and Mandaree Bakken Pools, McKenzie and Dunn Counties, North Dakota, as an exception to the provisions of Section 43020328 of the NDAC and providing such other and further relief. This case is continued to April. And that will conclude.
Before we conclude the cases, we had 2 cases that were on the docket. It's 29866 and 29867. These were 2 cases, applications of ChemShade for freshwater conversion. And we continued those to this docket because the Tracy Mountain Tyler unit was being reviewed. And I see that Northwestern did have a notice to participate by telephone on those 2 cases. And unless there's a reason why we need to expedite those, I think it would be appropriate to continue those to the same day as case 29808.
So for cases, you said 29866 and 29867. And continuing those cases to the same day as 29808. Yes, that is granted, and I believe that is what we will do. So I guess I will read those in and then continue them. So first, case number 29866. This is an application of ChemShade for an order authorizing the conversion of the RD number 34-8 well, file number 13375, located in the southwest quarter of the southeast quarter of Section 8, Township 138 North, Range 101 West, Tracy Mountain Field, Billings County, ND, to a freshwater well pursuant to NDAC 43020335. This case is continued to, I guess, would be next
April.
Till April. Yeah. And case number 29867, application of ChemShade for an order authorizing the conversion of the Tracy Mountain Unit number 1-15 well, file number 16058, located in the northeast quarter of the northwest quarter of Section 15, Township 138 North, Range 101 West, Tracy Mountain Field, Billings County, ND, to a freshwater well pursuant to NDAC 43020335. This case is continued to April. And that will conclude